So we are excited to have you all here for our first ever Just Money Festival. We hope to keep this light, and we hope that we all will walk away inspired. Here at the Alliance for Just Money, we have a lot of brain power, and it is time to put that power on the ground for a Just Money movement. On tonight's agenda, we will split off into breakout rooms for newcomers and for veterans. And don't forget, tomorrow we have an awesome lineup with a keynote from Katerina Serafimova, and then a workshop on story form science, followed by some sessions after that. So definitely register for tomorrow if you haven't already, and we hope to see you all there. So yeah, we also tomorrow will be finishing off the festival with a happy hour, and Howard Schweitzer is our featured performer there. So he is also going to share a song for us today, and I would like to bring Howard forward to sing Change the Money for us.
Yeah, all right, that's what we want to do, change the money. The whole world is in trouble now, everyone can see. Human life continue. There's no guarantee. Understand the problem affecting me and you. We all need to focus on what we need to do, and that's change the money. And no better way to turn the world around now. Change the money. What's gone up now must come down, so change the money. Gonna make your future bright. It's all about the money now. Time to do it right. Bankers create credit, all our money as debt. And that is what is causing the inequity we get, concentrating all the wealth and power to a few. Don't you think it's high time we tried something new? So let's change the money. No better way to turn the world around now. Change the money. What's gone up now must come down, so change the money. It'll make our future bright. It's all about the money now. Time to do it right. No more bursting bubbles, no bailing out the banks. Money for production, tell speculators no thanks. We could lower taxes, put money in everyone's pocket, and that would make our economy take off like a rocket, and we could have an economy in a steady state. No more worries over the unemployment rate. No more private money choosing who we can elect. No more corporate lobbies with a Congress we respect. When we change the money, and no better way to turn the world around now. Change the money. What's gone up now must come down, so change the money. Make our future bright. It's all about the money now. It's time to do it right now. I know you're all thinking of the possibilities. We could save the oceans, replant all the trees, have a quality of life beyond anything we've seen. And no more war and conflagrations, and all our systems green. When we change the money, and no better way to turn the world around now. Change the money. What's gone up now must come down, so change the money. Make our future bright. It's all about the money now. Time to do it right.
Right.
Woo! Thank you for that, Howard. That song always gets me jazzed and feeling like we got to change the money. So thank you, thank you, thank you. So for our next activity, we are going to ask that newcomers to the Alliance for Just Money and to Money Reform join the newcomers breakout room, because this is where we're splitting off for the evening. Oh, was there something else I wanted to say? Oh, and when we come back, we are going to do a quick round of debriefing. So hopefully one person from each room will be designated to give a 3 to 5 minute summary of how your session went. So that is going to happen, and the breakout rooms will be going until 8:30 Central Time. So we shall open up those breakout rooms.
Yeah, so as I said, Steve Norris, and like I'm a co-chair of Mutual Men Cleveland, and what it brought me to monetary reform was there was a session like that John Howell had talked about, like monetary reform, and it got me interested. Read a book, and that got me up to the Alliance for Just Money. So we want to go around, basically, names, where you're from, and what brought you here, and who wants to go first?
So I was just going to do it by video on my screen. So
Go for it.
Diane, T-Kit, you two, if you can introduce yourselves, both of you.
Hi, I'm Diane Teichert. I live in Maryland, right outside DC. I've been hearing about monetary reform for many years, and this was an occasion to come to a newcomers session and hear about the basics. I've looked at the website, and one of my sisters happens to be visiting, so from Brooklyn, New York. So good to be here. Thank you all.
Sweet, awesome, welcome. May.
My name is May Jadallah. I am originally from the Middle East, Palestinian American. I have been living in the US for about 20 years. In the native lands in the area of Illinois. And what brought me to Just Money is something that my friend Lucille Eckrich has been telling me about for a long period of time. So I'm curious to learn from what people are doing. It's nice to meet all of you. Thank you.
Sweet. So John, just to fill you in, we're just going around the videos for what your name is, where you're from, and what brought you to this festival. So we'll get to you, John, in a second, but next up is Fernanda.
Hi, everyone. You can call me Fern, or Fernanda is good too. I'm Mexican-American, originally from El Paso, Texas, but I'm currently at Penn State, where I'm a graduate student. And why I decided to join this festival, actually, my partner's in charge of all the Zoom stuff, so he got me into this. But I'm really interested in advocacy in general, and going through all of those theories, you eventually end up at like, hey, the root of the problem is how we value things in our society. So monetary reform sounds like a good place to start talking about that and how we can change the systems so that it really values people. And now what I want to get out of this weekend, I guess, is just to hear more about what people are applying in their own lives as far as these theories and how we can apply it on a larger level. Thanks.
Sweet. John Cepanski.
Hello, everybody. I'm John Cepanski. I live in DeForest, Wisconsin, a small town just north of Madison, Wisconsin. And I was invited to come to this by Mary Sanderson, who's been active in quite a while, I think. And Mary and I are both active in a small group we call DeForest Windsor Area Grassroots. And it's a progressive, politically progressive group, although we participate in other community activities as well. Why I came here, I'm curious about how money works, and let me just leave it at that. Maybe I'll learn how money works.
Awesome, sweet. Clark or Joseph? Can't tell much from the first name. Oh,
I'm on stolen Algonquin territory, better known as Ottawa, Ontario, Canada. Why am I here? I'm curious. I have a math and number phobia, so this is a big challenge for me. I used to think that the big decision was, how do we get out of capitalism? Do we go to socialism, co-ops, social businesses? And now I've got another factor, which is money. So yeah, there's a lot on the table, but I got to start somewhere. And what do I hope to get out of this? I don't know. I guess a route to more knowledge, more inspiration, and to hope. Thank you.
awesome. Anna.
Hi, I'm Anna. I live in Portland, Oregon. Pronouns she, her. I was invited here by Carly. They and I are very close, and I just see the passion in them, and we definitely share the bond of the passion for social advocacy. So learning about how money is a huge part of that is something that I'm really excited to explore this weekend.
Awesome, thank you. Liam.
Hey everybody, my name is Liam. I'm currently in Grand Rapids, Michigan, but I live in Princeton, New Jersey. I was brought to monetary reform because I have an urgent feeling that we need an economics that can provide stability and flourishing for both humans and the planet without exponential growth. And so for the last 5 or 6 years, I've been studying economics and thinking about my lifestyle and my ambitions, and essentially learning how, the way I speak about it and know it is that private for-profit banks create the monetary supply in the public realm, and that who gets that money first is very important. And so their motivations determine so much of what money does. And that if we can reclaim the social value and the commons that money is, that we can invest in education, healthcare, and a Green New Deal, the infrastructure of the future with money as a choice collectively without giving it away to the banks. And so I have been talking to a lot of people about it, and I'm here to listen about those who are interested and connect. Yeah.
Sweet. Brett.
Hello. Yes, I live in New York, but I'm currently in Pennsylvania because of the pandemic, in a place called Johnstown. I worked in finance for many years in banks, and probably more than a dozen years ago, I really started to see how the system really worked, and I've been following the American Monetary Institute for quite a while, so I see how this group has evolved, and I just want to kind of observe and watch. This weekend, I am very interested. I'm a researcher. I'm very interested in the social awareness and how people can come to understand money, because there are many theories, there are many ideas of how to possibly change it, but until the public can kind of understand it and grasp it, we won't really see. It will always be a kind of special thing that a few people know about. So I'm trying to explore how to make this topic more understandable by regular people. I do have a Madison Avenue. I've worked in fields of communication and advertising, so I can kind of sense that a little bit. So that's really my interest. I totally feel that while there are many theories about what's going on and political theories and ideologies, none of them, very, very few of them, actually none of the official ones actually grok the role that the monetary system and its dynamics play in just about every problem we have, including race, including social injustice, including inequality, including ecology. There are just so many things touched by the dynamics of the monetary system and the decisions that the people make, like Liam said, the first people who have access to it, to use it. So that's really my interest. And I just want to observe and see how the group has evolved and where it's going. So.
Awesome. John Navari, sorry. John ahead.
Yes, good evening. Hello, everyone. I'm lying in bed. It's 2:30 in the morning where I am. I'm in Joburg, South Africa. So that's why I've got my video turned off, because I'm still lying in bed. But the reason why I'm joining you is if you look at Africa, you find that poverty and inequality is endemic. Look at a country like Liberia. I mean, they've been independent for almost 200 years, but their GDP is something like $12 billion US. I mean, 200 years, can you imagine? So I'm trying to find the link between poverty, inequality, and money, and how perhaps greater knowledge of it might help Africa break out of the mold and at least make some progress, rather than, being stagnant and going round in circles like a puppy chasing its own tail. So that's what's brought me to this day and to this gathering.
Awesome. Well, thank you for joining us at 2 o'clock in the morning. That's impressive. Okay, lastly, John. Last John.
Can you hear me now? Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Yeah, I'm John Conroy. I live in Chicago, Illinois. I'm not really a newcomer. Sometime around 2009, I attended the AMI conference in Chicago and started learning about money, and rapidly read the book, The Lost Science of Money, which is a good starter for anyone interested in finding about the science of money. They asked me to join the newcomer room, and I'm glad to. I like to see what people understand about money, and sometimes there's real insight in newcomers because they grasp the big picture right away, and they sometimes see things that the others of us that are looking at too closely can't see the the insights that they have. So I'm happy to join this group.
Sweet. Yeah, welcome everyone. Well, thanks for coming. Thanks for being here. Okay, with that, I'm going to pass it over to Steve, who's going to be taking over the next activity.
Okay, let's see. So pull up, we have our plan. We're going to do a mind mapping exercise here. Let me pull up the boards. All right. Yeah, so like we're going to put on the left-hand side here, we're going to have what causes people are passionate about. And the other half of it, what is it? What is limiting progress? So does anybody have a cause that they're wanted to talk about, that the burning passion that brought them to the Just Money Festival, perhaps?
Economic justice.
All right, yeah, and I'm seeing some in the chat here. Also have climate action. Racism. Affordable housing.
Healthcare.
great. And let's see. Feminism, like theory as in domestic care, work as money producing. So yeah, that's one. And like what the wealthy not paying taxes. So. All right. So yeah, we've got a bunch of causes here, and then we wanted to, I mean, people can keep adding if they have ones, but what else we'd want to do is what is blocking progress? So like, what is a challenge that prevents you from doing the things that you want, from, you know, making progress and doing, solving the issues?
Artificial scarcity.
I'm going to put that in the middle because it kind of applies to lots of things.
Yeah, control over society, too few hands, regardless of the democratic government. Oh, wouldn't land back be like yellow? Yeah, colonialism and imperialism.
Where are people sharing those? I'm in the chat.
Some
with, like,
people
everybody.
are.
Don't
like,
be shy, guys.
Feel
Put
free
it in the
to.
chat.
Yeah, to put to message. You don't have to direct message me. You can put it in message everyone. We have enclosing the comments.
Fear. I mean, it's kind of general, but.
Oh yeah. Fear propaganda, fear media.
Knowing who controls the money. I mean, it's the main obstacle is how at least as I see it, is who has the upper hand. Once that is known, probably we'll be able to kind of navigate the system a little better.
Yeah, and like historically and generational wealth is an obstacle there.
It's like the legal institutional authority and the legal institutional apparatus seems to be the operators of the monetary system. So their cooperation or their development will serve that whole, I don't know.
I think also speciesism, we just anthropomorphize or think that people are on top of the food chain, and we kind of justify that to take land and abuse animals.
That's a great point.
And that also like ran into the issue of slavery and racism. It's quite linked to that because it justified it that way.
Did anyone put in already the priority of profits?
I don't know how you want to capture this, but I think a focus on taxes is actually part of the problem. That a lot of people think that the government must have a balanced budget and that the taxes are what generates the government's revenue. And so the whole job of our communal representation to author a monetary system with fidelity has been given away because they don't make money and spend it into the economy and control the quantity of money. They're required to take the money that's made by private debt in the banking sector and then tax its activity to generate community action. So it's like the whole thing is screwed on backwards. And I'm very tired of people talking about taxes when taxes really should be about controlling the monetary supply, not about funding the government. And so taxes, I think, is a really good topic. I don't know, you could just put the word or how you want to capture that, but that dynamic is endemic to the political conversation in the United States.
I think you could capture it like something about how we focus on the deficit and what we don't have. And that's just philosophically overall in how people view the world. We focus on what you don't have. Like you see someone's green yard or their yard, you focus on that.
Yeah, the hedonic treadmill. Fern, you're on it. I see you.
Mm. All right. Did anybody have any specific ones about like, I don't know, affordable housing or like land bag, any particulars?
I could say something about that. You know, the people that say capitalism is great is that they always say that there's a market for something, you know, the capitalism will fill it. But it doesn't seem to fill the market for affordable housing.
Mm.
There's the
It only fills the profitable markets, right?
Right.
There's a market for it, but to do it well, yeah, there's something.
Yeah, capitalism is supposed to answer, you know, to all our needs somehow, and it doesn't seem to do that in the area of affordable housing. They
Or
continue.
affordable healthcare.
Mm.
And even like recreation and other factors of well-being, like being able to access nature is not counted as something that you should do with money.
I saw a stigma of the houseless. Yeah, I've been reading about Color of Law, and that has some interesting things to say about public housing and the history of, you know, how in the United States that actually promoted like segregation and things. So it's been pretty interesting. That's a pretty good map there. Do people have any additional things to add?
Just want to add, I don't know if you can hear me, just want to add what's happening in our backyard is that unemployment is so high, and the tendency is everybody who comes on the job market becomes self-employed. Now, the nature of the self-employed is someone sitting in the sun and working at some trade or job. Either it's what is known as artisanal mining. That is, people go into unsafe holes in the ground and try and extract gold or chrome or whatever. And a lot of people end up dying in those. They end up being death traps. So that's one of the effects of the current monetary system, that although there is growth, there are no jobs being created. In fact, on the contrary, jobs are actually being lost. because of technology taking over, etc., etc. Thank you.
Yeah. Automation, yep.
Yeah, it's like the value that each of us can do in our communities, taking care of ourselves and the people in our immediate surroundings is so important and is one of the best ways to contribute to the well-being of our communities. And when people are forced to behave like you described, Joseph, it's just, you know, like an amplitude in the opposite direction, like their ability to take care of themselves. And when we were talking about when the government, if the government were to start creating money instead of private banks lending, this money could just be given to people, and they could be recognized that their ability to care for themselves is one of their greatest contributions to our community, and they could be enabled to do that, and that artificial scarcity could be addressed instead of this profit motive that private debt-based money is linked to. I'm just getting excited. Sorry, y'all.
Yeah, spot on. Well said. That's kind of related to what I meant about feminism, and even disability theories go back to this a lot, because I mean, it's either an all or nothing system right now, where like you're either disabled or you're employed, and oftentimes there's people in between that can't get what they need because they're not 100% there. So I think another factor to that is like the necessity of this culture to dichotomize everything and say, you're doing this. Is it making sense, guys?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. So what's the next step, Steve? Lead us down on the path.
Yeah, we've got a pretty good mind map here of causes and things that are limiting action on it. I don't know, like Chris, for anything else before we move on to the trivia.
Well, one thing, was there anything I'm trying to capture things as fast as I can type. Was there anything that I missed that people feel is important to add back in? Okay, short, sweet. So yeah, I'll put in this. Do you want that as a, yeah, put that in the wait, do you want, that would be
maybe in yellow.
Yeah, yellow, like care.
That's
How would
also
you,
like a root.
I'll put it as disability, right? So would that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Sweet, thank you.
I saw corruption as a limiting.
Right, it's not limiting yet, thank you.
Agreed.
Cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. And with that, then yeah. So hopefully there's tons of great ideas and things that we can think about, and but definitely one of the things that's coming out is money, which is why everyone's here. So with that, we're gonna go to the trivia. So to do that, I'm gonna open up this trivia. So if everyone, if you're able to, go on to either on whatever you're using right now or onto your cell phone, and type in www.kahoot.it. And then when you're there, it will ask you for a PIN. And so type in 995-8039. Once you're in that, start adding in your name. So we've got Carly in, great.
I'm going to take my leave here. It was great talking with you all, but I have a group of people in the backyard, so I hope to see more of you this weekend. Take care.
Nice to see you, Liam. See you later. And if anyone has any problems with trying to get in, just pipe up, and we can try and help.
I'm on a tablet with limited power, and I think if I go to the game on my device, it's just going to shut everything down.
Sure. So you can still, you don't have to, you won't be in the point scoring table board, but you can absolutely just join in, try and answer the questions. So feel free to do that.
Okay, thank you.
I guess I don't get it. Where am I supposed to put in Kahoot it?
So if you are on, you can do this on to any of your browsers, like if you're on Opera or Firefox or Google Chrome or Microsoft Edge. And then once you're on that, you can type in www.kahoot.it and then enter in the game pin. Alternatively, if anyone still can't get in, we can do a, once everyone who's on Kahoot answers their questions, there's like a time limit, we can get everyone else who's not on Kahoot to type in their answers, and we can see what people ask. So we'll do that. We'll do that too. I'll just give it 1 more minute, just in case.
There's the music.
We seem to be losing people.
Yeah, it's
people exiting the Kahoot, or people are back.
okay.
Maybe
Yeah,
it's just
because
internet connection.
soon we'll hit the start button, and then we'll. It'll be what, 30 seconds, up to 30 seconds to answer the question.
Yeah, 30 seconds per question. Yeah. So I'm gonna. Yeah. Okay. Someone's phone might be going to sleep. Okay. Is anyone else having trouble? Shall we just pipe up or pop up your hands, and I'll try.
I don't understand at all what's going on. Okay, I'll just watch.
Okay, sure, sounds good. All right, with that, I will start the trivia. And yeah, if after the trivia question for when each question's gone past, if anyone who's not on the Kahoot wants to enter in their answers, feel free. All right, sweet. So part of what we've in some ways chatted about, especially with this artificial scarcity, definitely to do with that. Many times politicians and others will say that we can't afford this thing or that thing. However, the idea of this is actually of not affording something isn't actually technically true. So fundamentally, we can actually afford what we can do, which and this is a statement from John Maynard Keynes, who is a UK economist from a long time ago, and then also from the former governor of the Bank of Canada, Graham Towers. He stated, anything physically possible and desirable can be made financially possible. This is just to reiterate that we can afford anything that we can do physically. And so hopefully throughout this next trivia activity, we're gonna start you along this journey, and for some people you're further along, of understanding these ideas. And then as you continue on in your activism, we hope that you continue to return to these ideas, wherever it may be, whether it's in climate justice, disability rights, racism, anti-racism, anti-colonialism, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So sweet, we will go on to the next one. So welcome to the Just Money Trivia, which is put together by the Youth Caucus of Alliance for Just Money. And I am part of the Progressive Money in Canada, which is a sister organization of Alliance for Just Money. So I am representing Progressive Money here as well. Sweet, so we're going on to the first question. First question is, what is money? And hopefully on your cell phones or your browsers, you will get up these different red, blue, yellow, or green, and you can answer the question. And yes, the correct answer is notes and coins, IOUs, and a social agreement. So sweet. We can now check out the leaderboard. At the moment, Fern is doing the best for the moment. Oh, and if anyone's really experienced at this and wants to give incorrect answers to give a slight benefit to other people, that would be appreciated. So it's a bit fair. And all that, so sweet. Next. All right, so yes, so notes and coins. So we've all used notes and coins at some point in our life to purchase items. And an important point about notes and coins is that they're often cheaper to produce than what their face value states. So here we have a dollar coin, and the face value is $1, but the actual cost to produce that coin is much less. So what happens is that there's a profit to making this, because often the coins or notes are sold, depending on where you are, to the banks. So this is called is seigniorage, which is the difference between creation costs and face value. So there are, just to be sure, is that there are subtleties between countries, but in Canada, for example, but not necessarily in the US, the governments print both the notes and the coins, and then the profit is often, but not always, returned to the government. And so this profit that's being returned is one benefit of producing money. Cool. So now in the IOUs, so an IOU is a debt for someone and a credit for someone else, and this can be money. But note that just here, just to be sure, again, just to make sure it's clear, note that not all IOUs are used as money, and we will get into how credit and debt can be money later on. So we'll come back to that question of how debt and credit is money later on. Okay, and lastly, for a social agreement, all money is inherently a social agreement made up of lots of relationships between individuals, organizations, and governments. Trust as part of relationships is an important part of the money system, because money is a promise to pay either now or in the future. And also collectively, often through government power, societies and communities determine the form of money, dollars versus pounds, etc. And I'm going to come back to Fernanda's question on the chat when we'll repeat that. We'll come back to the idea later on about seigniorage. All right, so next question, who creates money? Cool. So we got one person on just banks, but mostly everyone was banks and government. And Fern is still at top. We've got a bit of movement down below, so that's very exciting. Awesome. Cool. All right, so yes, both banks and governments create money. And so governments can print and notes and mint coins. So just to answer Fernanda's question about whether seigniorage is applicable to pennies. So in Canada, for example, we don't have cents anymore, like 1 cent or 2 cents. So they got rid of that, like in terms of coins, they got rid of that in like 5 years ago. I don't remember when. So I think that's probably the profits at that point, they didn't have any profit. It was too expensive for them to produce them, and there was no point. So in terms of coins for pennies, in Canada, we don't have pennies anymore. So I don't know the system for the US, but yeah, but that'll be, so that may not be applicable for cent coins as well, for sure. Okay, so governments create money, and also for IOUs in the credit and debt relationships can also be used as money. So banks are actually constantly creating IOUs whenever they make loans to people or businesses. This is actually technically called account money. And we're going to come back to how banks create money through loans later on. We'll go through that step by step. And so with that, we'll go on to the next question, which is what % of money is created by bank loans? Oh, bit of a split. Cool. So the actual answer is about 97%, and that's a massive amount. And so let's see how the leaderboard changes. John C is now at the top. Woo, exciting, cool. And John C has a streak of 3 correct answers. All right, so yes, so 97% is the correct answer. So certainly convenient that people don't have to buy cars and houses with suitcases of bills, obviously. So banks actually create the vast majority of money through loans. And then through these loans, they're actually owed a giant amount of interest too. So the control of the money supply from the bank has a big impact on how it shapes the economy around profit and ability to pay. And we've actually started to talk about that in our discussion previously. So this is now we're starting to get into that bit deeper. And so keep this in the back of your mind. Imagine if money served the public welfare over the private profit. We're going to come back to that in our next activity. Cool. So next question, true or false? True or false, you legally own the money you deposit in the bank? Cool. False is the correct answer, and most people got false. See how the leaderboard changes. John C is still at the top. Cool. Very cool. All right. So in actual fact, banks own the money that you deposit. So when you deposit money into the bank takes ownership of the money. Your deposited money actually becomes the assets of the bank. So on the left-hand side, we have assets. In the big yellow box, the money you deposited. And then, however, the bank has a liability, like how you have to pay off credit cards to you for the amount that you have deposited. So on the right-hand side of this fake accounting balancing sheet, we have the liabilities, and the bank owes you money. But the answer to this, true or false, is that the bank owns the money that you deposited. All right. True or false? A bank takes your money in your savings and lends your money out to other people. Oh, interesting. So we have a bit more split. And false is actually the correct answer. Let's see how it changes. John N is now at the top. Carly coming in back in second. She might have to do a bit of fake answering stuff wrong soon, just in case. So let's see what happens. So in actual fact, the bank actually creates new money. Oh, Carly tried answering wrong, and she's still doing really well. Well, fair enough. Thanks, Carly. Okay, a bank creates new money when it creates a loan. So in the previous question, we actually introduced assets and liabilities. So we have this up here again. We have the accounting sheet again. Left-hand side assets, right-hand side is liabilities. So the bank, when a bank creates a loan, the bank adds the loan amount to its assets. So on the left-hand side, it adds to its assets the borrower of what the borrower owes to the bank. So let's say a bank owes me, a bank will lend me $100. That bank will then add $100 to its assets because I have to give that money back to it. So that is assets of the bank. And then on its liability side, it's going to still add $100 because that's the deposit from the loan. So the bank then adds the loan amount to its liabilities because the debtor has a deposit account with the loan amount in it that the bank has a liability to provide when requested. So I can go into my deposit account where that $100 loan is, and I can take it out and spend it on other stuff. And so this is similar to what we described in the question above, but it's actually in reverse order. So remember how in the previous question, we talked about how when I deposit money, the bank takes ownership of the money and puts it in the assets and then still has a liability to me. But in this case, the bank is creating new money by adding money to its assets and then also liabilities for my deposit checking account, for example. So just reverse order. Cool. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Steve for the next few questions.
Thanks, Chris. Next, when was money created by the US government free of bank debt? Doing some specific questions here. Here we go. Okay. Yes, 3 people got it right. All of the above. Yeah. Some people might know the Continentals and Greenbacks, but yeah, there's currently up top. So here's a little picture of Continental. Helped win the U.S. Like the American Revolution and the Civil War Greenbacks there. Like back in 1722, Pennsylvania was suffering from usury and money shortages. Like they actually found that by creating money, they were able to have prosperity. Like a lot of the reason for the American Revolution, like that isn't taught in textbooks, is that like there was a lot of shortages and based on like the financial suppression by the British government. So the continental currency, the Continental, like it allowed the American Revolution to be fought. And despite all of the financial suppression and counterfeiting, the U.S. was able to, they were able to win. Then during the U.S. Civil War, it happened again. Like the cost of slavery, like it was the biggest financial asset in the country, and like, so paying for the Civil War cost more than all the gold and silver that was present in the United States. So they didn't convert. But anyway, these historical examples prove that debt-free money is possible. So it could happen again. Okay, let's see if anybody's heard of this. What are tally sticks? Okay, yes, half the people got it right. Yes, they are in fact notched wood pieces that can be traded as money sometimes. Hopefully people enjoyed the rest of the answers too. Yeah, so notched wood pieces traded as money. Tally sticks date back to at least the 12th century in England. It's like a dual ledger or a check with a carbon copy. So the transaction was recorded on both ends of the stick, and when it was broken in half, each participant got a copy, and the jagged edge allowed verification to fight forgery. Some tally sticks were sold at discount for coinage and then later accepted for taxes, so they functioned as money. People know their Federal Reserve history here. Ooh, okay, only one got the correct answer. Yeah, so FDIC insurance, deposit insurance wasn't added until the Great Depression in 1933. Let's see, we got John C. up top. Yeah, that's the logo there. Well, that's, you know, why people lost a lot of their savings and things during the Great Depressions. They didn't have deposit insurance. So a little of the history of it. JP Morgan introduced the creators of the Aldrich plan. They gathered at Jekyll Island. Bankers then publicly attacked Senator Glass's Federal Reserve Act as socialism, and they hid their private approval of it, because it is so similar to the Aldrich plan in structure. Williams Jennings Bryan famously said, "You shall not crucify mankind upon a cross of gold." Later, he said he regretted his leading role organizing or whipping votes for the Federal Reserve Act. The Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, created in 1933 after the banks collapsed in the Great Depression. Good question is, would this insurance even be necessary if banks could only lend money they already had? Okay, yeah, Roman Republic. Yes, bronze was the answer we were looking for. I will say, like, gold and silver is not actually a completely wrong answer, and it was more commonly used in the empire and stuff. But yeah, wanted to show bronze is the answer we were looking for. Okay, yeah. Oh, did it not show who the one of? Okay.
I think I just clicked too fast.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, bronze coins were, they were common before the Hannibal invaded in the Second Punic War. As the elephant's reference was in there. So yeah, it's a classic example of money that isn't a precious metal. Like after Hannibal invaded, they started coining gold and silver. It led to some instability and such. And if anybody's curious, the ray stones were used in Micronesia. Those are the giant stones that actually can't really be moved so much. Those were our trivia there. I hope people, I hope you either learned things or sparked some interest of further things to. And congratulations to John C. and all our players.
Cool. Let me get up the next. This one.
Sorry, I didn't see Diane was trying to vote, but it wasn't registering.
Oh, sorry, Dan.
Sorry about that. One other thing I wanted to mention was what is it? It asked how in the U.S. money is like government creates money, like they can mint coins. It's a little more complex with bills, but yeah, there's
definitely country by country differences. So
right.
Just be aware of that.
It seems like you have the most important question on the screen now. What could just money do? I think that's the crux of the alliance, is to see how we can improve our world by making a change to our money system. And that's really the essence of what the alliance is trying to answer.
Exactly. Yeah. Which is why we wanted to end on this this activity. So thanks for that brilliant segue. So I appreciate that. So we're going to end, give this about 10 minutes. We're going to go through a few of the different causes that we had in the previous. Steve, you're doing all the typing, so I'll stop typing. We're going to go through the different the causes. So for sure, anyone can pipe up with one of their causes and then start to think about why bank money might be limiting progress on your chosen cause. And then what could just money do instead with what you've just learned or with what you already know? How could just money help? So yeah, either pipe up in the chat or on video with speaking.
Yes. So what are some of the causes?
Well, right now, when we want more money, we have to float more treasury bills. So then the government goes into debt, and the people have to pay that debt. And so there's one group that loans money to the government, and there's a larger group that has to service that debt. And with debt-free money, that would be taken out of the equation. People wouldn't have to service the debt. And so there'd be these two different groups would benefit differently.
Yes. Well, thanks for that. I was trying to say, like we were trying to connect this to when we had on the previous session, what causes brought people to this, and then what. So we'll try to have some of those, and then what how just money could be a solution to could help allow progress.
Well, to me, this would bring economic justice.
Okay, let me start that. Let's see if this pop up. Okay, great.
There's been this meme on social media that when you understand that under capitalism, a forest has no value until it's cut down, you begin to understand the root of our ecological crises. So I guess what just money can do is put a value on forests and nature as it is before it's commodified.
Yeah, that's cool. So I guess in summary, that's kind of limited by bank money. We have the profits often driving people to go to extractive industries, cutting down forests, whereas just money can value the ecosystems that we are surrounded by, that we really need to be part of. So yeah, that's cool. And just try and let Steve catch up with typing. Cool. So so any other causes that that we can start to think about, or we can add more to the economic justice for sure, and the nature not valued, either of those and more.
Human life not being valued, so therefore we don't have healthcare yet.
Yep. Okay, sure, healthcare. So let's take that one on. How would you say healthcare is limited by bank money? It's a tricky question, and I'm not even sure I know the answer, but yeah. Any Fernanda, if you have thoughts, or anyone else to add to this one? I wonder if it's actually, oh, sorry, did anyone else have a thought?
There's kind of the observation that we always have money to go to war. You know, nobody ever says how much is the war going to cost and can we afford it?
Yeah.
So that kind of shows that if we're committed to something and it's really necessary, we'll do whatever it takes to, we'll undertake that endeavor. And so with healthcare, it could be similar. You know, if we really wanted to do it, we wouldn't worry about the cost if it was important, and we would undertake that endeavor the same as we have done with wars. And so that's why it's interesting to look at war. And from a historical perspective, they did change the money during the war. And you pointed that out with the Continentals and the Greenbacks, that we didn't have a debt-based money, and we didn't have gold and silver coins to promulgate the war, because they all agreed there wasn't enough of them anyways to do that. But when necessity dictates that we undertake something, we just go ahead and do it, and we make it a priority. And so that's the thing I point to when people say there's no money for something. Well, we have to decide how we're going to spend our money. And as your slide predicted, we could make up any amount of money we need to get the job done. That being said, there are some mistakes that are sometimes committed when we do create money.
What can you script word?
You okay, Dan?
Oh,
yeah, I think that's a great point. And I think that actually is definitely related to Fernanda, and about how Fernanda's points about nature not being valued and humans not being valued, and also colonialism and all that as well. All of these related. Yeah, I guess in terms of the healthcare, and this is also in feminist economics as well, just no care work is very, very, very rarely valued. And that's even though it's fundamental to our survival as a species. And
can you explain, there was a jargon term.
Absolutely.
What it just evaporated from my mind.
Something that I said.
Debt-based banking system. So how did we overcome that in those historical examples that you've been talking about?
So in terms of the American history, I'm gonna have to pass that to Steve to answer that question.
Well, like part of it is just like using the constitutional authority. Like the U.S. is, the government is entitled to coin money. And originally that was just like coins and stuff, but they you saw with the Federal Reserve that they delegated it to a private entity in order to, to create money, but it certainly can be, created by the federal government itself. And we saw those historical examples how they did it. They certainly had to worry, I think we'd have better anti-counterfeiting measures than they had. There was certainly an issue during the American Revolution in particular, and a little bit during the Civil War too. But hopefully that answered your question.
So I'm curious why we agreed at some point in history that the balance does need to be balanced, why we can't, why there's a limit on how much the government can create. And I think modern monetary theory kind of counters that, right?
No garbage. So we're gonna. So yes, I don't know the history of why balanced budgets came into, why we thought about that. In some sense, that's maybe control, but I don't know. I'm just speculating.
I can offer some history on that. Originally, you see, when this country was formed, the merchants of the world had gold and silver in their world of controlled trade, and the new government here needed to have access to borrow that money to build the navy, to build the military forces here, to protect commerce when the country was formed. That's why Hamilton formed the banking system that was very much a mimicry of the UK, so that they could attract gold and silver from the world's merchants, who would then therefore buy bonds or put those deposits in the American bank, the first American bank, so that this government could attract the world's money from the merchants, which was at that time a commodity money, which was mined from mines. So that was kind of these are the roots of the system. The scarcity thing is built into the logic of this system. And at that time, in order to do world trade, these 13 colonies that became states needed to have access to money, which was controlled by merchants in Europe primarily at the time. And they needed investors, and those investors bought bonds, including Europeans. They did buy bonds, and they bought shares in American companies. So that's one of the reasons why the government was always something that had to be kind of scarce, because it needed to attract money from the world's wealthy people. And it still is that way today. The way this banking system is interlinked with our government. It still is dependent. That's why the Troika could take over in all the European countries in the last crisis. The Southern European countries all had to hand over their finances to the central banks and the IMF and the other kind of worldwide banking institutions representing the interests of so-called creditors. I don't know if that helps explain that, but it's rooted in the origins of the system based on commodity money, which was a scarce thing.
Commodity money was scarce, and so we tried a lot of experiments in the colonies with money, and some of them worked out well. But the science of money suggests that for any given economy, there's a proper amount of money that should be in circulation. So you can't have too much or too little. And there were times when we had too little money, and there were other times when we had too much. So it is important to have the right amount. And when they made the greenbacks for the Civil War, they limited how many could be created. And they thought that would solve the problem of having too much money and too much inflation and driving the money into a worthless state.
Yeah.
Also, I have a
question.
This is Tammy. Am I hearing that folks think money could be printed ad lib?
So, like, technically, yes, but that is there's lots of theories about how we can actually control how much there should be, and I think that's a discussion that we should not go into today. Really the discussion is about the fact that banks create money, most of the money, and also governments do. And we want to try and put forward the idea and really push for, which is what the Alliance for Just Money is, to reform the monetary system so that we take the power out of the bank, the power of creating money from the banks, and give it to the governments instead.
Yeah, but thanks for that question. There's lots of resources that are available on the websites to get into some of the more detailed things, and like maybe more content coming up over the weekend.
Yeah, and so we'll come back to it. Steve's going to give us a tour of the website, but first I want to make sure that Diane, you have your hand up. Do you want to ask your question?
A term was used earlier that I am unfamiliar with: commodity money.
Absolutely. Steve?
Yeah, so commodity money would be like gold and silver would be one of the pretty classic example of that. And that was kind of interesting. I wanted to mention about like what happened with Spain and things where like they got all kinds of like gold and silver coming, especially silver, I think, coming in from the new American colonies. And that actually had some pretty drastic effects on the internal Spanish economy, like when all the ships came back with their gold and silver. But yeah, commodity money is often like the gold and silver. Yeah, it contrasts with the other way. Other than that, it could be like, what is it, by like what the face value, where the value of money is determined by law instead of, like gold and silver.
So this is an interesting area where our human psychology really is what makes a difference here. Scarcity will be perceived as a commodity. Like if somebody has something that's super unique and rare, it's just our perception of that that's going to give it that value. I think that made sense.
Yeah,
it does make sense. The other thing that was important for money science over the centuries was that you could not counterfeit it. And so if there was a limited amount of gold, it wouldn't be easy for anyone to just go out and make their own coins. So this idea that there should be a set amount of money in the economy is important. If there's too much money, then it actually creates inflation, and at some point the money becomes almost worthless. And so to preserve the value of the coins, it was actually punishable by death if you were to create your own coins or to counterfeit coins. So that was one feature of a commodity money. And one of the questions on the quiz was, what was Rome's money? And it was bronze. Well, bronze is not quite so rare as gold, but it served very well, and it was codified in law that was money beyond gold because the emperor said it was. And there were strict laws to ensure that that money system was followed, including punishments up to death, literally, for counterfeiting the money.
Cool, thank you. And sorry, just in the interest of time, I'm gonna make sure we pass it to Steve to give a tour of the AFJM website. But thanks for the discussion of money and just money.
Definitely.
I'm gonna stop sharing and give it to Steve.
All right, let's see if I can do this. Share screen. Okay, here we go. All right, can people see my browser here?
Yep, I can.
All right, good. Okay, so this is the Alliance for Just Money website. I encourage you to, right up front here, we have the petition, so people can read a resolution and sign this petition. Is to establish a commission, and like then we can actually I'll just read it. We, the undersigned petitioners, support a resolution for the Alliance for Just Money and call upon Congress to establish a commission, inquire operations of U.S. monetary system by the private Federal Reserve System, and explore benefits of 100% publicly owned and national operated national monetary system. Per the U.S. Constitution, originating all money to exchange goods and services for the general welfare of the people of the nation, and to recommend a monetary system capable of equitably delivering wealth and income justly to and for the American people. So I certainly encourage everyone to, if you haven't signed it yet, to sign that, and encourage all your friends to sign it as well. And I encourage people to take a look, if you haven't already, at all the About Money sections. There's a bunch of pages on here that cover the general stuff pretty well. I think we've mentioned a number of these things, but it does go into a little bit more detail on there. Some of the other things we have, there's a bunch of articles. These are topics. A lot of these might, so you can see there's 4 pages of the different ones.
Sorry, Steve, are you, am I the only person having problems seeing Steve moving to different pages?
I only see the one page.
Yeah, I'm only seeing 1 page.
Okay, do I have the wrong?
Same here.
Okay, let me try that again. Thank you for telling me. All right, can you see it again?
Yeah, we can see it again.
All right. Let's see. So I showed there was an article section. There's a bunch of videos.
No,
so
I'm still not seeing it.
No. All right, let me try just sharing it as the screen.
Yeah, try desktop.
Yes. Can people see?
Yeah.
Oh, well, no, I didn't get the, sorry. Okay. All right, is that better?
Yeah, now we can see it.
Okay, so yeah, there's articles like they have something about central bank digital currency. That's a topic that's interesting. Some stuff about with money creation as a form of violence. What's wrong with modern monetary theory is like a competing way of doing things. If you're a visual learner, there are a bunch of videos on here, so I encourage people to take a look. There's, so like a TED Talk. A 12-year-old reveals one of the best kept secrets in the world. So there's a bunch of videos which are helpful. You can see it's fairly substantial, and some of them are from other countries and such. Archive has like past newsletters, and they put a lot of work into some of these study stacks, and you can see the recordings on things. So plenty of things to take a look at. And let's see, one of the other things that, well, I tell you I encourage people to do memberships. Did I hear? Yeah, it's not currently working, but if it were, like, I would encourage people, there's 2 basic parts of membership. You could do like one time $20 gets like you can, you're a member then, and you can you can participate in committees and things, and we hope you'll join the Youth Caucus. And there's, if you do what is it, it's $25 per year, like you can vote. So certainly encourage people to be members.
And just on the topic of Youth Caucus, Youth Caucus is kind of, we created it. Carly's going to talk about it tomorrow. But really, it's a group for approximately anyone under the age of 50 at this point. We have youth in quotation marks. Just really a space for us to get together, socialize a little bit, do some organizing, learn, and have fun. So if anyone's interested, I'm gonna just add in the chat very quickly. We have a Slack group that you can join, and lost it.
We're getting a message that it's going to close.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
Yeah. So we're gonna have to end it there. I'm just gonna make sure that this is in the chat, and it will come to the link will come tomorrow too.
Yeah. There's a question, is there a Just Money for Dummies? I don't know if there is, but I hope some of the stuff on the website, on the main website, is pretty accessible, I hope.
Yeah, that's probably the best place, I agree, yeah.
Oh, boy.
Okay, well, that must mean we're getting started, right?
I guess.
I don't know.
Do we have an agenda?
I have a list of questions. Does somebody else?
I have a list of questions too. But let's get to the first question then. It just says, some people are new and we don't all know each other yet. And so just share your name, something about yourself, your location, occupation, and at what age did you become aware of the monetary system or the money system? And say one unique thing about yourself. So who would like to go first? We have a bird on the phone call. Is it whoever's on the phone call? Maybe you could go first.
That's probably me. That's probably.
Oh, he's outside.
I'm outside.
Yeah. I'll go first. I'll go first. I don't care.
Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, I've been in most of you know me already. I've been in monetary reform since 1990. I guess what's that, 30 some odd years. And what's unique about myself? I'm a certified financial planner. I'm in the Los Angeles area. And I have been still working with a lot of politicians to try to get them to understand money. And I'm still doing that. And I'm hoping to work on 2 congressional campaigns to bring monetary reform in those borderline districts. So I'm currently talking to 2 of them right now. So those are the things I'm doing.
Okay, we might get those names and go into the.
Yeah, after I get the next step, I'll get it out to everybody.
Okay, who would like to go next? Sue, Lee, Jerry, you guys barely know each other, ha, ha, ha. But one of you go, come on. Spill the beans, one of you go. Somebody's got to unmute to go though.
Okay, I can go. So I'm Sue Peters. I live and work in New York City. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can now. I think there was a conflict.
Okay. Is it okay now?
Is that good for everybody? Thumbs up? Yep. Okay, Sue, go ahead.
Okay. So I first got into monetary reform when I was working at Citibank, which is the first bank I worked at. Prior to that, I was always working for like brokerage houses and different things like that on Wall Street. And I was following all the money around the balance sheet. That was my job as a technologist. And one day I was watching a video at home, and the video said the banks create the money, and I said, what? So I ran into Citibank, And I discovered by looking at one of the projects that I had recently handed off to the user, who was the controller of the corporate bank. And I realized that we were creating money when we created overdrafts for our customers. So that began my, hey, why wasn't I taught this in my school system? I've gone through college, I never heard this. And that got me into it, and I found the AMI, and then it's all history.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Sue.
Sure.
We've got an insider, a techie insider, okay. Jerry or Lee, maybe? Could one of you unmute? Or we have a 773 person, an area, a telephone person. Would you like to talk now?
Yeah, I think that might be me. I can't, this is Tom Wilda. I can't get in to the Zoom. I've tried every password that is on the registration and confirmation of registration that I've had, and it just gives me a signal that it's the wrong password.
I got this.
So
I got the same signal, but you have to capitalize the first 3 letters.
Okay, well, I'll try it again. But at any rate, I got into monetary reform. I'm in Chicago. I got into monetary reform when I read Stephen Zarlenga's book, and I think that goes back to maybe 2006 or 7, because right after that, Stephen contacted me and asked me to if I would be interested in attending the conference, and so I think that goes back to 2007 or 2008. So that's when I got started. And just to let you know, I've been working on trying to get a meeting with Jesus Garcia, Chuy Garcia, who is the representative of the 4th District in Illinois. And I did have a nice conversation with his the head of his staff that deals with legislation. And we did a good talk about the American Monetary Reform Act of 2021, which is the revised NEED Act. Great questions, great conversation. So I think we may end up getting an audience with Chuy in August. So at any rate, that was exciting, and I'll leave it at that. And I'm trying to get back into the meeting here on Zoom. Thanks.
If you drop out, I won't let Jeff get to that big conversation yet, but good luck, Tom, whatever you decide.
Okay.
Okay, Jerry, say something to us.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see. I probably got into monetary reform maybe 20 years ago. Started looking into it more seriously. Something I'm from Orland Park, Illinois. And in a past life, I was a school library supervisor. In another past life, I was a certified natural health consultant. And I guess you could say currently I'm still an author.
Yes, you are. Is that good then? I
Yeah.
think we have, how about Lee? Lee, can you give us some words?
I'll tell you about my experience. The first time I took an economics course was in college as a junior. It was called technical economics because I was in engineering. They spent the first 9 classes, 3 classes a week, 3 weeks. The guy would draw an axis, X and Y axis. He would draw a curve, and then he would drive a partial derivative on the board. And then he would proceed to talk nonsense. So at the end of the 9th class, I asked him, I said, everyone in this class is in engineering. We know what that symbol means, but the reason you do it is to find out how things work. And you don't. And then I dropped out. It was the last class I took. So I've been interested in economics ever since, but finding people who really understood it has been difficult.
Okay.
That's all for me.
Thanks, Lee. And forewarned, Lee knows more than what he alludes to. He's a great person and has wonderful knowledge overall of life and of practical economics. Hey, Mike, maybe you could go next and say something.
Sure. So Mike Holden, I live in River Falls, Wisconsin. I'm a developer at 3M. I work on automotive electrification and other automotive development technologies. I got into monetary reform in 2007, 2008, right around the time of the 2008 collapse, a little before then. And I first discovered C.H. Douglas' social credit. And even though his use of English was kind of wonky, you know, I think he was Scottish. It was a little bit hard to read, kind of a slog because of the, you know, the terseness of the dialogue at the time. But anyways, it really sort of got me thinking about, do we really have to have the system that we currently have in place? And so eventually through research, I found Zarlenga and the Institute, and I read Law, Science of Money all in one shot, straight through, just in a few weeks. And so that was probably 2007, 2008. My first conference was in 2009. Something interesting about me, I guess, is, you know, I certainly, well, let me say that I'm the chair of the RPC, the Research and Policy Committee, and we have a lot of really fun and interesting things going on. Every Friday, we have a working session where we discuss development subjects regarding how to most effectively model a just economic system and make recommendations to Congress on how the money should be allocated within society and flow within society. And so we invite everybody on the call here to participate with the RPC if you're interested.
Thank you. And and that leaves Jeff. Jeff, besides the weeds in the Bank of Canada and the Fed, tell us a little bit more about yourself and the movement you started. And if I could throw in, I'm always curious about if you can say a word about Comer or Canada in general too. But thanks. But go ahead, Jeff. Let us hear something about you.
Yeah, this is where I'm not so comfortable. So I love to talk about the technical details and, you know, what we can and cannot do. But as far as myself, it was really, you know, I kind of, I accidentally fell into this because, you know, I've been a curious guy about how things work throughout my whole life. And it turned to economics around, I guess I was about, and I'm dating myself here, but like around 40 years old, I started to get interested in economics. And I used to try to understand what they were talking about. Like you'd see these news programs and they'd make these projections, and 80 to 90% of the time, these experts were wrong all the time. And when they're giving their explanations, they would use dialogue that I wouldn't understand. So I was kind of in this fog. And there's always something missing. And then I took some courses. I read a bunch of books on it. I took the macroeconomic courses. And then things started to become very clear when I discovered how money is actually created. So, and nobody can really understand macroeconomics or make projections until they know the start points of where money is created, how it expands and how it contracts. And so from there, I realized, wow, it could be done so much better. And we wouldn't have this constant conversation fight about austerity measures. We could create that money and spend it directly into the economy. Simple as that. But to people who don't understand where money comes from, you have to get over that huge barrier of accepting the reality of how it's actually created. So, and once you get over that, then, who benefits by it, who gets to create that money, and who distributes it. And then, of course, you get people that are anti-government, and, you got the trust issue between corporations. Who are you going to choose? A corporation that has a profit motive, or a government that represents the people, or theoretically is supposed to represent the people? So that's kind of the situation I'm in. That's why I'm here now, I guess.
And one thing that's unique about yourself? Give us.
Oh,
one thing.
unique?
Yeah, one thing unique.
Unique about me? Well, that's a good question. Unique about me. Oh, actually, maybe my background is because I retired. I was an elevator mechanic, and I retired early, 55. I'm living the dream. And but my skills, the skills from working on, it's actually a technical background. I'm kind of like Mike in a way, because it's a very technical background, and it really translates beautifully when you're talking about balance sheets and how money flows, because basically that's what I would actually like to see sometime in the future, is an accurate schematic of the start points of money and how they flow. So far, I've noticed that it's been pretty much a failure, and there's been notables that are attempting to do it with various software programs, but they misrepresent where the money starts from, where it flows, and those types of things. And to do it like accurately, it's very difficult to do, because nobody can actually write this stuff down in real time. So there's got to be some kind of general model that shows it. And I've attempted to do that in my videos, actually, in debunking MMT. So what's unique about me? I was an elevator mechanic.
Okay, let me run with that. And I'll say one thing unique about me. I'm cataloging the former director, Bob Potteet's papers. And he was an elevator mechanic, and he ran the AMI for a number of years until his death. So, or a number of months, I should say, almost. He went too early, but he was in his mid 80s. So he was an elevator person, and in going through his papers, he was interested in lots of ideas about the universe and different schematics. And so what's unique about me, I get to look through Steven Zarlenga, Bob Potteet's, and some of Dick Distelhorst's papers, and I look forward to sharing that with anybody I can. I'm trying to get them online right now. So I'll say that. And how did I come to this? My background in 1 minute. I was in Alaska, and I became an archivist because I was an anthropologist living among Eskimos, and I worked at museums and things like that. And I would organize things. And then the museum sent me to the university at the library or the archives there, and I organized archival films. And I set up a new cataloging system. And I even went to Luleå, Sweden, sharing my cataloging system with other people around the polar regions. But anyhow, so that's the uniqueness there, some uniqueness. And but I got to the first conference in 2005 that Steven set up, and I happened to be living near him. And so I've been at his knee, so to speak, being either slapped around or informed nicely. So one way or the other, I was always learning. So I'm glad to be here, and I'm glad to have us as company too. So thank you. The next question we had was for us to think about is, why do we care about monetary reform? And how about just so we can get to maybe other things that people are thinking about, why don't we try to combine two questions? And so the two questions are, why do we care about monetary reform? And what do you think are the top 3 hurdles to overcome to achieve just money reform? So why do you care and what are our hurdles? That's the question. Would anybody like to, is anybody ready to respond to that? Why do you care?
Well, I'll respond. I haven't been able to get into the, thanks for the,
the
tip.
encouragement.
I still haven't been able to get into the Zoom. This is Tom Wilda. But, I've been, we don't have to, I don't have to repeat the incredible unequal social conditions that have developed in the United States over the past 40 or 50 years, basically due to neoliberal economics. And whenever a proposal is made that might address some of those inequalities, which exist in healthcare and education and so many things, you run up to the question of the debt. And of course, we know the paradox is we can't create any more money without creating debt. That is all we have. And so it's only really, I think, in changing the monetary system that we can address these other very grave, I think, issues that we're facing today. So that's it. So the what would be the main obstacle is ignorance. We have to educate our population to let them know that basically when you're spending money, you're spending debt. That's all we've got, and that it is possible to change that.
And are there any hurdles, Tom, relative for you to get past or to get further along with, say, Chuy Garcia? And are there any more, what might be some hurdles for us to speak to legislators?
Well, for me, it's I think you have to be incredibly persistent, and you have to make yourself sort of a pain in the butt. I was calling different folks in Chuy's office, and I would call them almost every week, and emailing the same people, writing down their names, writing down what we talked about or the contacts I had. So finally, I think that they may have gotten tired of my calls, and I got an email from Alex Campbell, who's the head staffer there with Chuy, and he said, "Hey, if you're free tomorrow, let's meet." So that was amazing, and I met, and I sent him a copy of the AMAR and the guide that John Hall wrote, and a number of links, and we had a really nice conversation. We ended up talking about Minsky and the Chicago plan and the AMR. He had a couple questions. I wasn't too sure. I got him right, but I don't think I got him terribly wrong. And he seemed like a very interested and serious guy on all this. So I've got my fingers crossed. If I don't hear from them again in a few days, I'll start making myself a pain in the butt with them again.
Thank you, Tom. How about if we jump to Mark Pash? Because Mark, maybe you could discuss some hurdles with what you're doing.
Yeah, I've been working with congressional people and candidates for 30 years, because that's where it started. And of course, since we don't have the NEED Act passed, it's been a miserable failure. So a couple points. Number one, why are we all really monetary reformists? And it's taken, that I've recruited a few people, it takes a great deal of reading and understanding. It can't be done in one meeting. So that's been my new goal, is to get them to read. My second goal recently is I've developed some campaign tactics, I think I mentioned before, for borderline districts where you can, they're slipping below the Republicans, and I've developed some tactics and strategies centered around monetary reform in my book, that they could convert some of the Republicans and independents to vote for them. And since I've got one district north of us, you lost by 350 votes. So it was pretty close. And then I have another one that there is a borderline just to the east of us. So I've got two on the hook right now. And I'm just getting them to read first. And then I'm going to sit down with them on the campaign tactics with their campaign managers. Now, a caveat is I always, because I can afford it, always attach a check. And I've sat down with congressmen for dinner. I've given them books. I've done a lot of things. In fact, I had two to dinner one time in 09. I think it was 09, maybe it was a little later. It was all interesting, and I've given them the books. I just couldn't get them to really get involved, and that is the problem. And of course, they've suffered. So some have lost, some can't, and they lose. The Democrats lose to the right wing because they don't have the answer. So it is definitely can be very politically motivated for these people to get on board. We just have to convince them this is what's wrong with what's going on. Because what stops everything, even now, again, it's in the debt. They're talking about the debt ceiling again and stopping everything on the Republican side. So it gets a little frustrating for me doing it for so long that I can't convince anybody. But now that we have the update of the NEAT Act, the New Monetary Reform Act, what we're looking for, if I get somebody elected, is for them to introduce that bill or reintroduce it, however you want to describe it. And so that's my ultimate goal. And that goal is really a motivator that all I've been trying to do is start the debate. Once the debate gets going, then we got a chance. But right now we have no debate at the legislative level. And so even some local politicians that are uninvolved, I'm trying to get them to understand what money is. And I think it was Tom that was saying that, and what's his name? Is he still here? Jeff. He was talking about, Lee was talking about economics. And there's a lot of problems with that economics, as he mentioned. So I've been trying to convince him that it is far more major than even what Tom says. This is the thing. That's why I'm a monetary reformist. This is major, okay? Major, major, major. And I like Franz's new word that I've taken. It's called transformation. What does he say, Mike?
Transformational.
Yeah, transformational. I love that term. So I've been using that a little bit. So that's where I am in politics. I found it very interesting that they rather lose than talk to me sometimes, some of these people, they're just involved in their issues and they don't realize that the issues are solved by money. And so that's where we're at.
Okay, Jeff, go ahead. We're aiming for hurdles. And before I give it to Jeff, though, if I can just add, we'll keep going for hurdles, and then there's other questions. But if anybody's pushing on talking about hurdles after Jeff, that's great. And then we'll stay there a little longer. But if not, I'll hopefully the non-talkers can talk maybe to some of the other questions. And if there's somebody note-taking, I'm note-taking and I can report, but they're going to ask at 8:30 when we're finished here to give some type of 3-minute, 4-minute report. So if anybody wants to co-do that or wants to lead in that, but we'll come back to that. But if you're taking notes and you feel like making a summary, let us know. And I'm happy to support somebody who wants to do that or however, but I'm just going to stop there. And Jeff, hurdles and legislators and come on, what happens in Ottawa, really?
Yeah.
Or in your vacation area, British Columbia, or your home.
Well, this is the first obvious hurdle is that almost nobody understands how money is created through the loans process. And so it is actually neat. I'm thinking of trying to work that from the grassroots end, whereas Mark is right in there in Congress trying to convince these guys that, there's a path forward where we can solve these problems. But as Mark said, people in Congress in fact, I doubt if there's one or two guys that really understand how the money creation process works. And I'm sure Mark could speak to that more, but in Canada, it's exactly the same. We have politicians that are completely unaware of how this occurs. So that is definitely the first hurdle, is to get people to understand how money is created. Now, one idea I've come up with, and I'm trying to organize, we've got a meeting in August with the Progressive Money Canada Associates, and I'd like to do a protest in front of the Bank of Canada. And of course, it would be a quiet protest. It would just say Progressive Money Canada advocates money creation for the public good. But we would there's two questions that I want to pose to the Bank of Canada. One is, why don't you guys have anything that clearly states how money is created? The majority of money is created in society. Why isn't there anything on the Bank of Canada website? And why is it that anything that you did have has been taken off the website? So when I talk about that, I still have documents, hard copy documents that they did have that alluded to that fact, that yes, the majority of money is created through the loans process. So they actually had a publication like that at one time. And I don't know if it was because of me or whatever, but eventually that came down because I keep pressing them on specific issues about, how the money creation process works. But I've got all kinds of dialogues between the Bank of Canada and myself, where they evade the question, or they'll give a standard question that fits with macroeconomic textbook explanations, which we all know is fallacious. So anyways, I'm willing to do that with Joe Polito. We're kind of talking about that, and I want to talk more about that in August, is about organizing like maybe a 2-week protest in front of the Bank of Canada, just to get noticed, so that at least it can become something that's at least debatable, something in the public eye.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
So I had a question for Jeff.
Go ahead, Lee.
I recently watched a YouTube video, and somebody, a legislator, made the comment that the Bank of Canada has loaned to the nation of Canada 3 times the amount of money they're legislatively authorized to do so. Is that accurate? And if so, how do they get away with that?
No, that is accurate, but it's much more than 3 times. The Bank of Canada does this on a regular basis. So what they'll do is they'll absorb bond issues from the federal government, and they'll put those directly into the Consolidated Revenue Fund, which is the same as the daily cash balance in the United States. It's the exact same equivalent. So as soon as you see money flow into the CRF, that money can be spent any way government wants to. And they are actually mandated and by the Bank of Canada through their financial markets department. So they decide how many bond issues the Bank of Canada will absorb and they try to be completely neutral. So they don't actually want to affect the money market. So right now they absorb about 13% of bond issues, which to me is a good thing. I would like to see more of that. In fact, there's no reason to, have to borrow money in any sense at all. The government can create it and spend it directly into the economy, but they go through this show of, okay, we're going to issue a bond. Okay, the Bank of Canada creates the money to issue the bond. Okay, what happens if the Bank of Canada holds that bond to maturity? Well, what happens is the bond, of course, is no longer valid. And of course, because the Bank of Canada, in its mandate, has to remit all profits back to the federal government, that is the definition of, lending to yourself, basically. So that's the kind of complexity of it, but that is how it works right now. And I would like to, without changing anything legally in our system, all we'd have to get is a mandate from Parliament saying, yes, let's use a certain percentage of bond issues and for our medical system. We could reduce taxation immediately doing that. And then we wouldn't have to do it all at once. I've published a video just recently. You can go to the homepage at Progressive Money Canada. And it's actually the second one under the actual sovereign money proposal. So it advocates a transition process. And again, it repeats what I'm saying right now. This could be done, but nobody understands it could be done.
Jeff, a quick question there. The way it happens in the US, the Fed buys bonds through the New York Fed desk, which has 18 or 19 authorized agents from the banks who are intermediaries who find the bonds from their customers or the banks themselves who purchase the bonds from the government. And then the Fed buys the government, buys the US Treasury securities from the bankers. Is this how it, so that 13%, how does the Bank of Canada acquire that 13%? Directly from buying it from the government, or does it buy it through agents, through private entities?
Directly from the government.
Okay, well, that's a difference. I was thinking that in the US and Canada, it was like Alexander the Great meeting going to India and finding out they both had the same gods, Shiva and Zeus, and they could go back and forth. And I thought we had all the same gods too between Canada and the US. But your God's a little different than our God.
Okay, so this is what I was trying to clarify with Paul LeBeau, is I haven't seen any hardcore proof, like a set of balance sheets that shows me that this is what happens. Whereas I can show you how it happens with the Bank of Canada, and I have, like, you can go to the site and see that. But that's what I would like to see from you guys, actually. And again, I only have so much energy for this. So that's why I would like to see, somebody down there take up the cause, as I alluded to the same thing with Mike too, who seems to be offline right now. But that's what I would like to see. And this could go to this conversation that we could have in the future, Steve.
I know you got me on the hot seat for that. But really, anybody else want to bring up hurdles of any type?
Yes.
Okay, Sue, go ahead.
Okay, so my focus has always been on the grassroots. I don't really have any personal experience attempting to contact any level of elected officials. So I don't have any experience. So I'm focused on educating the grassroots. I've always felt that way. In my local community, I've always done it. And now with the Alliance and AMI. And I think, given what's the status of our country today, that censorship is so incredible. The control of information through the mass media and the social, computer things is so massive. I don't know how we're going to get our message out except word of mouth. And organizations like the Alliance and AMI having groups that talk to each other. And I also stress very much, this is not a left or right issue. The money power, tax exempt foundations have always had no loyalty to the left or right, forget it. And I just finished an article on a certain period of US education, and it was very clear with the source materials that I read and the investigators who wrote about this period and recorded their information on interviews, that there's no, in the media, they say, oh, there's the right and the left. Well, the right, they say, oh, that's the conservatives. The real conservatives are not that. There's people called neoliberal conservatives from Reagan era. They took over the role of, along with the left, because it's not a left or right issue. Both sides dumbed down our education. Both sides did it. And monetary reform is like that. Monetary reform should not be a left or right issue, not at the grassroots level. So.
It's a civic issue then, huh, Sue? It's a civic.
It's a human issue.
Okay.
The people on the right and the people on the left, they are humans.
Okay. I wanted to bring one more, well, wait, Jeff, for a minute. Let's bring one more person in. And I know one person who's always been struggling with hurdles, either to find out her family history or to make farmers happy by getting their food to healthy people in the city that really needs it, or the suburbs. She'll work with the suburbs, not too close to Chicago. But Jerry, can you please tell us something about your hurdles? You're on mute.
Okay. They're somewhat similar to Sue's because I've been in natural health for a lot of years. I find companionship with a lot of people that call themselves conservatives. And a lot of times they are concerned about the same things that the liberals are. So it really isn't, I think we've got to figure out a way to find communion between, because most people will silo themselves into one group or another, and that alone stops any kind of exchange of ideas about money, because typically you'll find people who identify as conservatives will also say that gold is money. For instance, they don't understand the nature of money. And while other people, they do understand that the banks create the money, and that's wrong. So a lot of it has to do with figuring out a system, I guess, of communication, how to, and I agree with Sue, that's best done person to person in small groups, if you can do that. But it's not that easy because, talking to your neighbors, they're occupied with their families and what's going on in the world, and they just don't see, the connection. So it's not an easy hurdle to jump over. But basically, it has to do with the way we've been educated. When I used to be in libraries, I supervised several schools in Oak Lawn, the libraries of several schools in Oak Lawn, and then in Country Club Hills. And it was really difficult even then to, to try to communicate to people. I used to say, why are we paying all this lip service to school libraries? And there's all these banks, brand new banks, nice, beautiful buildings going up on practically every corner. How does that happen? And nobody seemed to care. It's like, well, that's what's goes on. So, just trying to get people's attention and make a connection is difficult and a challenge that I don't know if there's. I think if there's a way, one of the way you're talking about family history. So one of the ways I discovered that the populists did it was they had, especially the northern populists, would have what Lawrence Goodwin called little clubs. And they each were encouraged to spend $5 and have a little library. And they'd have get-togethers periodically where they'd have lunch, or, they'd have a glee club. They'd have little entertainment in these meetings on a regular basis with these little clubs. There might be 5, 6 people in the clubs. And they'd share the library. Everybody got to read from the library and then discuss the books that they had read. So how we could get back to that, I don't know, because we first have to make the money system apparent as a primary issue. I think it was Mark Pash that said this is transformational. It's not just a small thing. Without monetary reform, nothing else is really possible. With it, all sorts of things are possible.
Thank you. Thank you. And right before Mark first, and then Mike, if you wanted to go after Mark on any hurdles or something, and then I'd like us to turn towards what would we like to see AFJM working on next year. But before we do that, let's get back to Mark in this conversation. Thank you, Mark.
Yeah, I've done both to the leadership and to the public. It's been very difficult, as Jerry said, to the public. I've had a group here, monetary reformers that work out. I've done many talks to the public, more so than to the politicians. And then eventually people, I don't know, it's just been very, very difficult. But I wanted to mention something a little off the topic. Maybe Lee could step in and talk. And that is, it's in my book, and that is the difference between microeconomics and macroeconomics, which has really affected and really the right and left. And the reason I don't talk to the right too much, I do try to do that. I haven't had a campaign to do it, is the right is economically totally wrong and the left is lost. So I figured it's easier to go to the lost rather than the ones that are wrong. And that's why I started. So, but I go to both. But I wanted to just mention something a little bit off money here, a little bit. And that is the failure of comparing the two. They're almost opposites. Microeconomics is basically business, which says that labor is a cost. Okay, and I'm always trying to reduce my cost. And of course, if I'm an employer, I want to make more money or more profits generally. Even if I'm a benevolent employer like myself, I still don't want to overpay my employees to my detriment. And what that is, of course, is very relative. But in macroeconomics, I want to have a lot of well-paid, quality customers, clients, consumers. And then if you take the economics out of it, citizens. And none of the people, it's not even hardly mentioned at all, the big difference that labor and employees are also customers and clients. In the 30 years that I've been reading The Economist, I've seen it mentioned maybe once or twice. There just no, in the right wants to think it's bad because the average salary for a government worker is 60 and an average salary for a factory worker is 40. And I says it's the opposite. I want everybody to be at 60. And so we have this major conflict in the economic world even not in the money world. And then you see everybody leaving for Asia to lower the costs. And now they're in Laos and Africa and eventually going to run on the countries, but that's a decade or two away. So I just wanted to bring that up in terms of the discipline of economics is pretty sorry. It's pretty poor, and they don't even address the real conflict there.
Thank you, Mark.
Okay.
Well, I see Jeff is wanting to continue this, but maybe Mike or Tom, did either of you have comments at this time? You're not, we don't look at you, and in case you guys want to bring something up. We got to close in we have about 12 minutes left before we need to get back. So Mike, Tom?
Yes, I have a few things I'd like to say. So first thing, why is monetary reform so important? Well, monetary reform really sets the foundation for all of the economic activity in our society. And if you have a corrupt monetary system, you're going to have a corrupt economic system. And if you want to have a just economic system, you have to have a just monetary system. So I view the monetary system as a precursor to the overall functioning of the entire economy. And I believe that only through monetary reform can we really provide for a just economic system. Of course, there are other, macroeconomic rules that are required and regulations, but monetary reform, I believe, can be the foundation of a post-capitalist, a post-greed, post-acquisition kind of a social structure where people and corporations are not only dedicated to the profit motive, and we could have a completely different kind of society. And I view monetary reform and sovereign money systems as being different than a capitalist or socialist structure. It's dealing with something very specific in law, not some general abstract concept or an ism that could be disagreed with on particularities. And so I believe that philosophically, it can be the foundation of not only our economic system, but our society writ large. Hurdles, I think the biggest hurdle is, yes, it's ignorance, but it's delusion, I think, maybe a little bit more than ignorance, because people have a very staunch belief that, government creates the money. And that's the exact problem, is that government does not create the money. And so they have been convinced and brainwashed into believing the direct opposite of reality. And it's done through technocratic obfuscation, right? They will use jargon to distract and sort of put people away from the core issue, which is who owns the creation of money and who benefits from the seigniorage generated therefrom. So I think that this point is why the alliance is so important, is so that we can really educate society and others on the importance of monetary philosophy and monetary reform initiatives, and so that we can hopefully get other people and institutions, whether it's corporations or otherwise, involved with this effort, because it's going to have to take a large-scale societal shift in order to enable it.
Very good.
Can I comment?
Go ahead, Lee.
Okay. This is just an opinion, but Mike referred to the term socialism. And I've tried to do some research on this idea over the years, but it seems to me that what came first was predatory, rapacious capitalism. And socialism came as a reaction to that, which means that there are all different kinds of socialism. And in fact, monetary reform itself would be a type of capitalism, would be a type of socialism. So I think it's important when people refer to socialism, they sort of identify where exactly they're at, because socialism itself is such an ambiguous multiple pointed thing that you don't really nail anything down. Anyway, that's just a comment.
Okay, Jeff, go ahead.
Okay, ditto on Mike and Mark. But I wanted to get back to the question at hand, which is the hurdles, and comment on Sue and Jerry, because I actually totally agree that we have to make this thing kind of fun and enjoyable. And this also goes to Mark, because you can sense how frustrated he is with trying to communicate this message. But if you can get a group together, like, Sue and Jerry, don't even introduce monetary reform at the beginning. Create a social group that's kind of fun, or you get something that gives you energy. I know that might seem pie in the sky, but this is the only way that I can move forward, because to sit and debate constantly, it just sucks the energy out of you. But if you're actually, I have a kind of a small group that I'm building here, and I almost never talk about monetary reform. I just slip it in here and then. But we do things like go on hikes and go swim in the creek together, and enjoy conversation, and sort of gently introduce the topic, because for most people it's overwhelming. Just that their notions of where money comes from is just too far out, and the eyes roll back in the head, and you're a nut, all that kind of thing. So yeah, I like to see more of that, like what Sue and Jerry are talking about. I'm trying to do it here, and that's the comment that I wanted to. Oh yeah, I also wanted to say yes. All the other things, we can go on so many different tangents in this conversation, but I wanted to stick to the topic of hurdles. All right.
Thank you, Jeff. Tom, any last thoughts from you?
They call that bait and switch in the sales world.
Right. Well, just to mention that, the AFJM has had these study groups and book groups over the course of the last year. I did a couple of them. We had a discussion about Mike Pash's and Virginia's book, which was very illuminating and grateful and helpful. And I was in another one on the end of banking. There have been a number of other ones. I think those small study groups would be an important thing to continue, and try and get other people involved in being in them that maybe haven't touched on, haven't been exposed to, or aren't that knowledgeable about monetary reform as a way of introduction. I also think that when we discuss these other issues, issues of climate change, issues of inequity in education, and much of the things that I don't know if anyone has noticed on YouTube, but the Gravel Institute, they're like short 5 to 10 to 15 minute spots on a lot of these issues that are well done, but that behind so much of this inequity is the fact that the money creation is held by a very few oligarchical people. So we want to democratize it. We want to democratize money creation. We want to be able to make it without debt. I think people can understand that pretty quickly without getting into the great details. So I think some of these study groups are would be good to promote, book studies and that sort of thing.
Very good. We just found out, well, let's ask other things we could be doing in the coffee houses. What are strengths? And also it talked about, between what Jeff was saying, is the idea of creating fun groups, but we might say study groups. Oh, and we have a visitor among us, and that's Carly.
Oh.
Is that for the 10 minutes that we get to have?
Yeah, I just wanted to double check. Is it okay if you all go an extra 10 minutes? So come back at the 40?
Listen, our biggest talkers haven't even started yet, and
Oh,
we know who
Lord.
they are.
Oh, gosh. Okay, I'm gonna leave.
Carly, Carly, this is Tom. Carly, I haven't been able to get into the meeting through my registrations and through putting the meeting number in Zoom. The passwords don't work. I've tried it a lot of different ways. So I also got an email from Joe Bongiovanni that he was having the same problem. So
What
just to let you know that.
What password are you using?
Well, JFM 2021, and then I used the other one, but I think that was just for the phone. The
JMF.
49669-125. What? It's what?
Carly, give it again if you
I
can.
put it, JMF 2021.
Yeah, JMF 2020. That's the one I've been using.
Well,
Huh. Interesting.
Tom, how about this? Are you going to be, you'll be at the meeting too. So before the meeting starts, maybe we can connect and make sure we both get in. And let's say we do that at 10:45 tomorrow, Central Time.
Right. Yeah, I'll definitely try and get in again. And
I have your
tomorrow,
phone number and we can work on it. But maybe for right now, let's.
Okay.
Yep, I'll let Alfonso know, but yeah, I just wanted to check to see if you all could go overtime, which I know that's not a difficult task for many of us. So, yeah, so we're gonna come back to the main room at 6:40. All right.
Pacific time. Wait, Jeff, hold on. Jerry, come on, say something, Jerry. Tell us. What I would like to do is bring in rural America, because we got Canada, we got Kansas around here, we've got rural thinkers, we've got Mike. I don't know. You're looking at Mike. You know what he's looking at? He's looking at a river. I think he's cheating on us. He's out there, man. Now
I have Riverside Park. I mean, really.
Oh yeah, look. Think of poor Sue. Oh, okay, Jerry, give us something about nature and what's going on. And Mike, if you want to show us you're taking it easy again. Okay.
Oh, you want to see it? I'll show it to you.
Yeah, come on, out with it. Here we go. We're gonna go.
So I was trying to turn around the camera, but I can't. My grass is dead right now because I have to pull some weeds. And my sprinkler system's been acting up. So my grass is a little bit dead, but let's see here. You can kind of see it. It's over there. It's on the edge of a cliff here.
That's water on the other side then.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to see with the camera here. But yeah, that's the St. Croix.
It probably goes right up towards Canada too. Those lucky dogs.
I think it goes to Lake Superior. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Anyways, that's that.
Well, back in that area of southern Canada, Dakotas, there's something called farms in the late 1800s, early 1900s. Jerry, tell us something about the hurdles of farmers. I'm trying to get Jeff to be concerned about his farmers in Canada. So help us out, Jerry.
Well, the farmers today, the protests in India, the farm protests in India are still going on. And they're not set to stop anytime soon. Meanwhile, Bill Gates is busy collecting the data. He's got people stationed in their houses collecting data so that he can then sell it back to the farmers and then put in robotic farms. In other words, take the farms away from them. Of course, the farmers are in debt. And the suicide rate for farmers is, for Illinois anyway, 5 times higher than all other groups in Illinois that are measured, 5 times higher. So they're going through the same kind of upheaval, if you will, that they went through in the 1980s, where the whole mess of them lost their farms. And a lot of this has to do with the prices that farmers are getting, which is way below parity, way below parity. They're actually having to pay in order to raise their crops. They have to get jobs off the farm in order to make it. And they've had to do this for quite a while. I like to tell the tale of a lot of my relatives. They were pioneers in South Dakota, and their descendants got farms. One of them actually repurchased the farm that their parents had homesteaded. And one was an engineer, and his wife was a nurse, and she had to work so that they purchased the farm because he said he really wanted to go back to farming. And he was, good at all the tools and equipment, fixing them and devising new methods of taking care of the soil. And she still had to work as a nurse in order to support the family. And that's pretty much going on today for the small farmers. The big farms that are tied into the agribusiness thing have less of a problem, but most of it has to do with prices, and the commodities even are controlled. So farmers are in a lot of trouble right now. I did find, in a hopeful note, just yesterday, I found I was at a function last weekend, and I picked up a flyer for a local, one is called Crops Watch and one is called Farm Match. And what you do, the Farm Match one is you can go online and put in your zip code and pick out a farmer that has drop-off points near you. I've already got a farmer, but I thought I'd use this other one for backup. And pick up, they have drop-off points near you, and they're all pasture raised, the way we want, organic, healthy soils, farmers. The other one is called, I think, Crops. That one is a phone app. I'm not so enthusiastic about that, but they're trying to do the same thing as match farmers with consumers at the local level, which is one of the things we need to do to get off this global system of commodifying everything from the carbon in the air with these carbon credit BS things they've got devised, and
Jerry, let me make a connection for Jeff if I can, because we're pushing Canada, because
okay. They've got the same problem.
Jeff is around. I know, we want to get to Jeff on this. I will give you the last word, Jeff, but I'm going to give you just a second or two because we're comparing US, Canada, and I'm going to give you the US side. What Jerry is talking about, when we talk about parity, it actually can come from our Constitution. And the Constitution says Congress shall create the money and regulate the value thereof. Regulate the value thereof. And in regulating the value thereof, they had a lot of arguments in the first laws were around tariffs with other countries to protect the United States from low prices or cheap money from abroad that would undermine our economic system or our domestic price system. And we've been studying this issue for a while, the people in this room actually, and we wanted in a better way. And the idea is the farmer once in the 1700s, early 1800s, is in a reciprocal balanced relationship where he can produce or she can produce extra food, that family produces extra food as farmers, and the city gets to live. And the city's been getting cheap food and the farmer can't pay his bills. But it's as Mark Pesch was saying he wants customers who've got the money. And we're trying to give the very same thing to the farmers, a fair price. And so we would be delighted to see how, get some history from Canada on this too. It'd be one of the, you know, what's going on in India that Jerry talked about is happening big time there right now. But it's happened from 1953 to up to the present in the United States, and it's been very difficult. It's been like a slow death, if you will, and you can see all of the rural towns in the US. So I'm wondering if our systems are so much alike, what's going on in a parallel sort of a way? Is it symmetrical in Canada in that regard or not? But I'll give Jeff gets the floor now. We've dumped on him, so let him stick up for something.
I can't really speak intelligibly on that topic, although I do live in a rural area, and this is something else unique about me. So I built my own house, which is where I'm broadcasting from right now. And I live right beside a guy. He has like a hobby dairy farm, but his main, he got his land from his father, and much like a lot of farmers, right, it gets passed down through generation, because who can just come out of the blue and buy a section of land and start farming? It's a generational thing. And I think that's one of the most important things to protect. And even in economics, like Mark would know this too, and if you read in economics, it's one of the things you do want to protect. You do not want to be dependent on an importer to get your food. You want to be able to grow all your food and be sustainable, you know, inside your own country, whether it's the United States or Canada. I think Canada, like every other facet that differs between the United States, we probably have better regulation and maybe a little more protection for farmers. But it's basically the same thing. It's this corporate control. And again, it's whoever controls the money. That's why monetary reform is, just like a couple of fellows mentioned, it's transformational. It is existential. It's really key to our survival. I actually encourage people to go to the Progressive Money Canada website and revisit the two videos that I did, which are on the home page. So the second one is a transitional phase, but we need to actually have more input from the public as to what money's created for and how it's distributed. And of course, right away, you're going to get, that's communism, that's communism. I'm not going to label it anything, but that to me is the only way that we can really move forward in an effective way, barring the actual communication of that message. But I do encourage you to look and criticize whatever you think is flawed in my arguments with regard to changing the system.
Just to let people know, we got 5 more minutes. And the only thought I'm getting right now is I feel like we're sisters and brothers in a very common cause. And it seems like there is such a consensus that we should be able to move together. And perhaps if we can do it in our group, we can all have small study groups. I've just moved to a newer place with apartments near me, and I'm going to maybe try to create a study group here too, and get some monetary reform help nearby. So, but anyhow, we have a few minutes. We know Jeff's on the hook or on the line here, but let's anybody else before we turn it over. Lee, do you have any thoughts? You're from a rural area, Lee, and how are things for you?
I don't really have anything to add right here. If I start talking, I won't end.
Okay. Yeah, I know you can talk, Lee, but okay. Last thoughts, Sue? Okay, Jeff, go ahead. Sorry.
I apologize.
No.
I just want to emphasize this one last thing in keeping with the topic at hand, which is got to make this thing fun. Like even this meeting, this interaction we're having with these people, it's got to be enjoyable. That's my final word.
You know what? I'm going to tell everybody a story here that I pulled. Zarlanget said we would have to have some fun, and now I'm going to lay out a true story, and I don't think I told it before. Jamie Walton spent 2 years in Washington working with Dennis Kucinich to explain the NEED Act left and right to whoever Dennis needed explained to next. And Jamie, you know, was just handshaking, and he would come dressed every day in a suit. And he's from New Zealand. He was like the young kid on the block, and he's making it a go of it. And I was doing some research in Philadelphia, but I dropped down to Washington to spend a few days. And to get into Washington, I get on the phone, and I happen to know Jamie is answering the phone because there's an emergency and someone needs to answer the phone in Dennis's office. And Jamie answers the phone. And my father was in theater, and I know how to change my voice well enough that I went into character of being a federal agent worried about somebody lobbying who's a foreigner. And this is, you know, we have to look at what's going on. There's a conspiracy of some type going on. And Jamie just got so red. And you know how you try to get it off the hook, you make it worse to everybody. You make it more unbelievable so they know it's a laugh at some point. As I even made it more unbelievable, and he just got redder still. And so anyhow, I had a lot to make up to him for after that.
Steve, I'm not calling you on the phone. Not anymore.
Anyhow, but I had a few good days there, and we got to meet Robert Kennedy Jr. and Elizabeth Kucinich, and they were working on how communal farms were taken over in Poland and other Eastern Bloc countries. And so it was all good stuff and a great visit. And the farm to table movement would have been very interested in it, and maybe I'll talk about it sometime at our parity meetings. But
Steve, I just want to say thank you. You've been a great host. Absolutely great.
Okay, well, I've been told we've got a breakout now, and we're down to literally 24 seconds, 23, but I'm going to send us back now. Thank you all, and looking forward. And Jeff, I remember my obligations as best I can. I'll get my lawyer. No, teasing. I'll do. Okay, bye-bye.
Yeah. So, Jawad, you want to start with that intro?
Okay. You can see my name there, Jawad Zahid. I'm from Dhaka, Bangladesh. I'm a teacher in the university here in Bangladesh, in Dhaka, and my age currently is 65. So, but since 52, maybe around 50, around my age, when I've spotted something wrong in the banking system, and I had some innovative idea of a new banking model. And I've been thinking since then to write it down, but I could never manage time. But during this COVID lockdown, I could manage to put it down on pen and paper. And then I went on further reading. I was thinking the idea is so simple, but the problem is so big and so simple solution. But I was wondering why could no one see it? But what I was seeing it, but I was in doubt that whether I was living in fool's world, because it's so simple. Why can't others see? So then I started reading and came across the Stephen Zarlinger's book, The Lost Science of Money, and then further browsing through, I found out AFJM, and so then I joined AFJM, and I joined 2 book club with Lucille and others, and now then I'm here.
Great. So if I did my math right, that was like 13 years ago that it dawned on you.
Yes.
Something's not quite right in the banking system. Right. Okay. I can say for me, my name is Lucille Eckrish, on the screen there. I'm in Central Illinois, Bloomington, Normal, Illinois. And for me, it was about 1995, 96. I've been headed there since middle school, I think, but it was really in 95, 96 as I was writing my dissertation that sort of a critique of interest at the heart of our money system. Money itself was the problem. And I got there from looking at sort of medieval and scholastic economic history and theory, really. And I'll stop there. But so that would make it 96 is something like how many years ago? 25 or so years ago. Hard to believe. Connie, you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Connie Inger, Carly's mother, Carly's proud mother. And I live in Largo, Florida. But I'm from Illinois, and I spent a good 50 some years there, and happily I'm gone from Illinois. I do feel sorry for you, Lucille. Maybe one day you'll get out. But anyway, it's funny you asked.
Oh dear.
Well, the room I was talking here, and then suddenly I was shifted to Breakout room 3, I think, and then all of a sudden again back here.
Well, I hope you stay now. When you started to say that you're in Dhaka, Bangladesh, and we were asking for people to give the shortest possible statement of what inspired your interest in monetary reform.
Yeah, so as I was a teacher in the business school here in University of Dhaka, so I studied finance, and I'm a teacher in finance. So about a decade ago, I think, or more than that, it happened to dawn on me that there's something wrong in the banking system. And there's a very simple, innovative idea to fix that. So I thought quite deeply for quite long, and as I was progressing my thought process, I was wondering that it's so big problem, but so little, so simple solution, but how come no one's seeing it? But I'm seeing it. And so I had sometimes doubt on me that whether I'm living in the fool's world. But as the time passed, more and more, and I became sure that no, I was the smarter one, I believe. So, but I could never read much on it and write about it. But during this COVID lockdown period, I could manage to write it down. And then I started looking for other information, reading through browsing internet and also, and I came across this great book of Stephen Zarlinger, The Lost Science of Money. And then further browsing, I came across this AFJM, and then I joined AFJM, and I joined 2 book clubs with Mary and Lucille and others. I can see John here as well with you. So, and there it is now.
So is it 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. where you're at, Joanne?
It's 6:30 a.m. in the month.
Oh.
In Dhaka, yeah.
6:30, no problem. Welcome, Lucille, to our little group.
Thank you.
Do you think you will stay? Say a word for us, please.
We've gotten booted around a little bit, so it's good to be here, though. Yes, I'm Lucille Eckrich. I'm in Central Illinois, Bloomington Normal. And gosh, what inspired my interest in monetary reform? You know, the trajectory goes back to middle school or high school. But I guess I would say after college, I worked in Botswana for 3 years and I loved it. I learned the local language. I was invested. You know, there was a journey to end up there. But I knew by the end of the 3-year commitment that, like it or not, I needed to come back to the United States because this was the belly of the beast. And I knew that the problem was something to do with the international economy and the way the economic system is set up. And that was 1982 that I came back. And it took me till 96 to kind of arrive at understanding that it was a flaw in the money system, in the heart of our money system, that was the problem. So I would say Africa inspired me more.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much. So I took the liberty of selecting this question about if someday we could have a money system that permitted there to be enough money in circulation for people to work creatively and for services to be available without a lot of stress. How might our children's lives look compared to the way that we live now and the things that we are concerned about daily? I'm hoping this will be a delicious exercise in imagining enough.
Well, let me speak to that, man.
Please do.
Something will always be limiting. Right now, in some ways, money is limiting for federal expenditures, but something will always be limiting. And the limits are the limits of the planet. And what we know is we're pushing those limits in a way that's troublesome, to be gentle. So as I look down the road, it seems to me an optimum outcome is that we recognize that that we can do as a people what we need to do within the limits of our labor resources, of our raw materials resources. And when we do that, what we're going to find is we can bring up the standard of living of a lot of people who need it, but we will have to reduce the waste that's done by people at the top. There will have to be a coming together in order to survive on a finite planet.
Okay, so we'll have, it's not that we will be without worries. We'll have different worries. I definitely appreciate that. I'm going to add that my husband, who is from a faraway place, today he likes to look at YouTube videos, wide variety of topics. And today he discovered Chief Seattle. He spent the whole day with what Chief Seattle was telling people in the 1890s about how humans and our brothers and sisters, living creatures on earth and so forth, have to get together and live in healthy ways. And he was just fascinated with it. Who would like to respond to John or to the question in general? You know, really, Lucille mentioned how our world would be different. No, I'm specifically thinking how people's lives would be different, but you respond any way it suits you. Go ahead, Josh.
Well, I feel like you gave away the answer a little bit in your original phrasing of the question. Where you said, well, the stress that we're feeling would be lessened, though John might say that, well, it'll be shifted or something over to the natural world, but that would be a huge step in the right direction. And yeah, because I feel like I'm here to kind of fight an environmental fight. So if we could all be focusing on environmental concerns, that seems appropriate. So yeah, the stress, I also find that the market system of like the labor force, the labor market is one that really pits people against each other and makes people's self-worth seem like it needs to come from their job and from how much they earn and so on. So I think there'd be so much emotional energy, mental energy opened up, with that that part of competition lessened if there was abundance, if we understood the abundance we have.
Oh, I appreciate those remarks. Yeah, Bruce, go ahead.
I'm following up something Josh is alluding to as well. I agree with everything that has been said about the environment and the limits of the planet. But I've been doing psychotherapy mostly full time for over 30 years. And I would add that we will see far less depression, addiction, anxiety, and suicides on the planet if we had a more just money system. And part of why I am here is I've concluded after 30 years in clinical practice that most people really don't know where their depression, anxiety, and so forth is coming from, that it's the water we swim in. And we live in a system where the dominant theories of psychology blame genetics and interior processes of the body completely, at least we do in the United States, when actually it's the social environment that is making people sick, whether it's physically, mentally, or relationally. We have an epidemic of loneliness. And I think all of this is, among other things, really tied to the monetary system that we have. At least that's one of the major factors.
Thank you. Can I ask a follow-up to both you and Josh? Well, to everyone. I saw a lot of nodding heads. It seems like we coincide in some of this thinking. So then that's kind of analyzing where we're at right now, and that in fact the money system has a lot to do with difficulties that we do experience. So then taking it one step further, if we got the money system fixed, we'd still have the environmental limitations. But so how might that look like compared to the way that we live today in our day-to-day lives, in our neighborhoods, and with Josh mentioned our self-worth being involved with our jobs and competitiveness and weak self-worth and that kind of thing. So can we try to fill out a little bit of a picture of how our grandchild, if anybody has a grandchild or your child, Tabitha, how might their life be different in day-to-day stuff?
I would hope for my son that he wouldn't have the stress of maybe going bankrupt because of healthcare needs or going into debt for his education. I hope that his future is much brighter. We always hope for more for the next generation. And I hope that we're able to make some changes so that, at least in my life, I hope that my son has a better life and that he has more opportunities in the future.
Okay, what do you mean by opportunity in this context of enough? Already enough, then what does opportunity mean? I'm not trying to put you on the spot though. It's an open question.
For me, it would be that he's able to pursue whatever he feels he's here for, whether that's through education or a job or anything else like that, whether it's creative and being able to express himself creatively.
Do we think it would be easier to form group relations in neighborhoods and stuff? Will it be any easier if there isn't always a money concern? Go ahead, Luciano. I saw you take your microphone. No, Lucille.
People is going to be happier. There's gonna be less competition. I used to be an sportman, and when money entered into the sports, destroy the friendship, destroy everything, because it's scarcity. There's a scarcity. So
Luciano, I want to understand. It used to be a what?
An sportman.
Be a what?
An sportman.
Athlete. Oh, an athlete.
An athlete. But when money entered into the sport, destroy the friendships.
Oh.
No, not all, but destroy the competition is for one or less. And that situation is gonna be great to change. Other thing is that people is going to create beautiful things that maybe now don't have worth in money, in the money that bankers want to have worth, no? Because everybody like a talent or something to do or something to express. I'm worried about one thing, and it's very problematic, my question. And I don't know if you want to record, but the question is, we are going to be more people, I think, because we are going to be with less stress. And maybe we could have a better planning, no, for our families, no? So I didn't study, anthropology or the topics that specific topics, but I think that we have a really big population, and a better money could do it bigger. I don't know. It's a question. It's just a question.
Well, thank you for that question. Lucille, did you want to speak to this conversation before, or maybe to Luciano's question too?
Yeah, in relation to Luciano, I definitely think families will be able to be planned better. I mean, I think women's right to choose whether to have children is an important right in there of the planning process. But the point I wanted to make in answer to Mary's question and the responses that have been given so far, which I really agree with, the question works at the consequence level, I think, of what will life be like with just money reform. And, you know, I think the Alliance and the monetary reform movement, you know, is focused on at the systemic level. And to me, the bridge between the two, so a consequence, but a little bit more systemic consequence of just money reform that I think bears the fruits that you're talking about, not without effort, takes effort, but there's those fruits that a more systemic consequence is to me that exchange will be balanced, or balanced exchange will be possible. And the prices of goods and services will reflect the cost of producing them, and will revolve around the cost of producing them, you know, as people sort of argue in economics now. But that cost will not include, you know, the interest-bearing debt as what we use as money. And that's where balanced exchange will be possible in a way that in the modern era, in the you know, money system we're part of that's been 700 years and growing, it's increasingly been less and less possible because surplus value has been extracted into the hands of the private debt interest-bearing money creators and their shareholders. And it's unjust, it's unsustainable, and it's unnecessary. But I think experience balanced exchange in a market economy will be amazing and will alleviate the kind of social, psychological pressures that Bruce is talking about, not overnight, but we will grow our way into that. And neighborhoods and communities people will have more time with their children and with their neighbors, and to do art and, you know, finally figure out what my hobby is. But to me, I can't only talk about that surface level without, you know, trying to make the connection to the systemic level that just money really changes. And to me, two of those are that exchange can become more and more balanced, and that the true cost of people's labor in relation to the resources of the earth, and the lack of pollution thereof, the lack of depletion thereof, those true costs can all be reflected when we take out this, you know, propping up of the whole economy on this extraction of surplus value. So that's.
Thank you. Thank you. Jawad hasn't spoken to this. You might like to, or if you, yes, I would like you to. And then we might go on to another question unless you want to do another round on this one. There's room for it, but we might prefer to move along. Jawad, what do you think about how your grandchildren's futures might be different?
My thinking is that if we can have this monetary system reformed, then the direct and first effect could be on equitable wealth distribution. So equity in wealth, that should make people more caring and sharing and cooperative. So that then would translate into a cooperative society. And then that in the next step should change the politicians and the political system. So that is the apex system. The permanent and final change must come through that change in the political system. It would be better to come from the top to down, but that would never happen because these politicians would never change unless we make them change. So we are taking now from bottom up approach that we change the economic system first, and then that would change the people, and then people would change the political system, and then we would have.
Thank you.
Maybe.
Thank you. Sometimes you hear it said that we our two basic emotions. Now Bruce will know this. It's his line of work. That there are two basic emotions that all the other emotions come from, and one is love and one is fear. And I have the idea that under this money system, everybody is forced to operate a lot from fear. And that if we can get it changed so it's no longer this extracting system, but a distributive system, that then we'll all be able to act more from our natural born love part. Would anyone like to speak to that? Then I'll go to a more concrete question for you if you like. Do psychologists believe in that divide between love and fear, Bruce?
I would hesitate to speak for all psychologists in the United States, but I'm rather dispirited about psychological disciplines in the United States right now. We're not tending to ask the big questions like love and fear and the things that bind people together or drive people apart. We've become obsessional, I think, about symptoms rather than looking at people. And I think the kind of change we're talking about making in society simply by making monetary changes will help drive us back toward looking at people instead of obsessing over symptomologies. So I would hope it would bring attention back to things like love and fear, the things that bind us together rather than drive us apart.
Thank you. Thank you. Are we ready for a different question, my friends? Because I have a good one. Given that we all would like to change the money system to be government issued money, mostly without debt or with very tiny debt, a distributive system instead of an extractive system, what do you see as the hardest hurdle, the hardest block, the most difficult thing for getting from here to there? What is the hardest thing we'll have to overcome to get there? And then the follow-up is going to be, do you have any ideas how to do that? Let's see, who's taking off their who's going off mute? Josh, you're a brave man, going first again. Thank you.
No problem. So yeah, I think politicians don't lead, right? They lead from the back. They need to be told what direction to go in. And like in the US, I think you can, anyway, you understand this. So I think we need people to understand that money is the water we're swimming in, and that it doesn't have to be debt-based, and that we're paying interest on it and so on. So we need, I think, a popular demand for monetary reform in order to get it to actually happen.
So mainstreaming this kind of study and thought process,
Yeah.
that you see that as the very big hurdle, getting other people interested.
Yeah, because I think other people can come along with more technical design answers, solutions. Okay, so then another thing comes to mind I like to bring up a lot is Buckminster Fuller said something along the lines of, you know, design something better than what you have to make the old thing obsolete. And as in, like, people will just see how much better it is and just start to use it. The other thing, then you don't even have to kind of go through political hoops, but money is a little larger than that, perhaps.
Good point, though, for thinking about. I agree. So that's okay. Excellent. Very good. Who else would like to chime in about this topic? What's the hardest thing we're going to have to get over to achieve just money? I have to agree with Josh that our biggest job is helping people understand it. And I don't think it's because it's so hard to understand, but people have a lot of mental blocks about money. So mincing that down, parsing that down a little bit, to me, Josh, it's helping people get over their own mental blocks about, I can't think about money, I don't like to think about money, there's nothing I can do about money, helping people get over those kind of, we're back to psychology. Well, what do others think?
Well, I could speak to that.
John.
I think that one of the real hurdles that we have in monetary reform is that that it seems abstract to many people, and it's difficult for them to see exactly how that's going to influence them. And the way you get grassroots movement going and involving people is to have local issues that affect their lives in ways that they can see how to do it. And since that's so difficult to do with monetary reform, I feel that, you know, Josh is right. We need a grassroots movement. We need a demand for this kind of thing from the people. But boy, I think that that's a tough one for us to do because of the nature of the change that we see needed has to occur at a pretty high level, at a national level. And so the linkage to people's everyday lives is often pretty obscure to folks. So I think that's one of the major hurdles that we face.
Making it real to people, making it concrete. Would that be a way to summarize your idea?
Yeah, show people how it relates directly to them. And boy, it takes a lot of steps to make that linkage. You know, you can say your life will be better, and they say, well, how's that going to happen? You know, in terms of how's this going to work out tomorrow with my job and my debts and so on. Well, the effect, in fact, on any individual person will be major, but it will be slow and kind of indirect. It's not going to solve anybody's problem soon because of the nature of the beast to be changed.
Right. And speaking back to your comments on the first question about environmental limits, the fact that we're needing this change in kind of together with cutting back on our abuses of the environment, that's put out there as a big boogeyman that, oh, that we're going to lose our comforts. You know, oh, we won't be able to drive and whatnot. And so does that further complicate this thing about talking about better money and more responsible environmental living? Well, yeah, John or anyone would like to respond.
I will.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Lucille.
I would say no to that, Mary, in the sense that we're headed there already. Those problems, and
we're what?
We're headed to you know, we can't drive there, you know, due to, you know, the crises are there, and the difficulties, and they affect maybe wealthier people less. But you know, the floods in Germany right now, the fires in California, you know, the COVID-19, they don't look at income, you know, they affect people. So I think I understand your point, and I think that worry is there, but I sort of hope we can answer it. My answer to the biggest hurdle is a bit dialectical, I think, as I think about it, because it would be the exponential growth imperative built into everything through its systemic source in our money system. And whether you're talking about anxiety and, you know, substance abuse or fear, or you're talking about, you know, the depletion of the ozone level and global warming, whether you're talking about the increased inequity in income and wealth gaps, that and you know, the increased debt-based money supply. You know, the debt has to grow, and but it's, you know, we live in a physical planet, and so anyhow, to me, that's the biggest hurdle, is that time is of the essence. The need for money reform has always been there, you know, for at least the last 108 years, if not, you know, longer. And yet the need for it, because of the exponential growth imperative, is so much greater and greater. And to me, that's a big hurdle, because those effects are happening. But it could also be a silver lining. This is where the dialectic comes in, because things will crash. Chaos will be there. Chaos is not good. Crisis, crash is not so good. Chaos is even worse. And so then the other side of the dialectic is, well, as somebody else, I think, was it Milton Friedman, who said, you know, you have to have the new design, like Josh is talking about, and the transition, how to get to the new design. You have to have it on the shelf for those moments when there is crisis and people are looking for new answers. And, you know, so I'm answering your other question in that I think our work, what we're doing, and having, you know, the American Monetary Reform Act, based on, you know, that didn't come out of nowhere. That came out of the 2011 NEED Act, and that didn't come out of nowhere. You know, it has roots in the Chicago Plan. And so, you know, and that didn't come out of nowhere. So I think, but the exponential growth imperative built into everything through our existing money system, the consequences of that are getting worse and worse, you know, in terms of justice, in terms of mental health, in terms of, you know, species extinction. And so it's a big hurdle, and
trauma.
It's trauma, and we have to make the links to people working on those different issues and help them to see the systemic, like Josh said in the beginning. I think that he's here because of environmental issues, and realize, you know, I don't think we address those without addressing the systemic source that continues and makes things worse until we address that systemic source.
Thank you. Really, this type of conversation, we rarely have it, even in AFJM, and I'm very grateful for it. The idea of linking monetary reform to our human relations, and the urgency of getting monetary reform before we just completely ruin things for ourselves. Who else has a different idea or a comment about the greatest hurdle we face in getting monetary reform? Go ahead, Bruce.
I'm not going to try to argue that this is the greatest hurdle, but I don't think we've said it directly so far in this conversation. and that is the degree of propaganda and obfuscation that keeps everybody in the dark about where money comes from. I'm a trained theologian. I used to think theologians were horrible at the way they spoke and wrote, just in such obfuscation that no one could understand what the hell they were talking about. But I believe economists are worse. The kind of Fed speak and stuff that people read in the papers, there's no way people are going to understand what is actually quite a simple process that produces money. So I don't know how we can find a way to break through this giant propaganda machine that keeps cranking out Fed speak, and it makes ordinary people feel like they can't understand money.
Good point. Good point. I wonder if someone here, just by great good fortune, has an idea what to do about that.
Can I say my experience?
That's a tremendous hurdle.
In
Please
30
do,
seconds?
Luciano.
Yes, I start asking for these topics, but with common people, common friends, without studies. And everybody told me, it's very easy, the system. In the way that you told me, that is the same that you know, no? The problem is not to understand the new system that we want. The problem is that people don't understand the actual system, not the new one. So that's a very good point for us, because it is in the way that they have in the brain, no, in their head. So this is a good point for us. Another thing is that said Joshua side, sorry for the name, I'm Spanish speaking. Bottom up or up down, no? In my country, now they are so desperately for the car and the interest that I'm happy that one congressman that represents 7 more talked to me, are you ready for the project or something similar? No? Just give me something. And you know, I prefer bottom up. But when you have a big problem, you need, like in management, if you are in the middle of the storm, you cannot ask to everybody. You are in the middle of the storm. So in some cases, like maybe in Argentina, go directly to the parliamentarians now, could be or might be a positive point, no? Maybe not the best, but they have the structure to disseminate or to distribute the voices. And then when you have the monetary reform into the Congress, then every 4 or 6 years, 3 years, depend the country, you can change it, do it better, do it fair, the distribution, you change whatever you want. No? But the first thing is to start. And what? That's a point of view. In Latin America, it's another world. But what? It's an opinion. That's all.
Start somewhere. Thank you.
And
We hope.
Thank you. Joanne?
Yeah, to talk about the greatest hurdle, as you have raised, to talk about that, I think I'll have to go back to my earlier statement and refine it a bit. I described a linear structure, I believe, from economic system to social and then to political system. I think it's a circular system. It's not a linear structure. Politics, again, unless we change the partitions and political system, we cannot change the economic system. So it's to start with, to change the banking and monetary system and economic system, I think greatest hurdle would be the partitions and the political system. Unless we change the mind of the people in the Congress, they are not going to legislate anything for the change that we need to change our monetary system. So I think the greatest hurdle is there to change the partitions. The start has to be from there, because unless they give us this required reform in the legislature, we cannot initiate the change. As you say, as you realize now, the Needs Act, its starting point is the Needs Act, and that act is stalled there. So unless we get that act, we cannot just move forward. So the greatest hurdle
circular
is that,
system.
yeah.
Circular system and where to break in. John.
Yeah.
Thank you. John.
Yeah, because it is a circular system, I'm always hesitant when I hear people say, oh, here's the place we got to start, as if they know that's the place it has to start. We don't know in a circular system that's self-reinforcing where the weak link might be, where the possibility of change might arise. So there's a need for a change in the monetary system. There's a need for a change in a whole host of aspects of the political systems as well, in terms of the mechanisms there of concentration of wealth and power, from bad tax policies to monopolistic control of prices. So it seems to me that we have to, I know monetary reformers say, this is where we have to start, and this is where I'm working. It's true. But I think when we make that claim that we know where the weak link is going to be, where the breakthrough, I think we are speaking beyond our knowledge. And what we have to do is encourage people who are working on different aspects of breaking this cycle, different aspects than we are working on, but we have to consider them as allies.
And together look for the weak links. Look for the weak links everywhere.
Yeah.
Try to, when some little door opens, try to be paying attention. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Shall we go for another topic, or shall we stick with this, or would you like to just have a personal conversation now that we all have a little better idea who each other are? I saw Lucille was going to add something to the conversation. Go ahead, Lucille.
I'm just going to ask you, Mary, what do you think the biggest hurdle is and how we get over it, or was it said by someone else?
I'm kind of with John, the idea that, well, hang on. Yeah, the propaganda, yes. And another hard part about the propaganda is if you talk about the propaganda, you are immediately accused of being a conspiracist, whatever theory, what do you mean propaganda? But so that's a special extra feature to the propaganda problem. And I know I agree with what everyone said, what Josh said too, about reaching people where they are and getting enough people excited. Fortunately, this woman, Erica Chenoweth, proved that all you need is 3.5% of people who really understand and are willing to go to the barricades for it. And you can get political change. And I very much appreciated your point too, Lucille. What I really hang my hope on is this idea of having a bill ready to go for when there is a sufficient crisis, because the crises are coming, as you said. We can trust this system to keep generating crises. That's not a problem. The deal is trying to get ourselves educated, and we've got the bill. We're ready to go on legislation for when enough people are educated and the crisis moment comes and the door opens. That's really where I hang my hope. That if we're paying close attention to all the weak links, there'll be a moment. We know things change suddenly in ways we couldn't have imagined. So we're waiting for that. Well, I don't know. Does that answer your question, Lucille? Tabitha didn't say anything about this particular question, and I wonder what she thinks before we decide to move on.
Well, I didn't want to repeat anybody, but I do definitely agree with this idea of propaganda. I always had this idea that the money system is kind of a mystery or a secret, almost that they don't want you to really understand this. And I think the other issue is that most of the people that I run into already believe that the government controls our money system. So they don't think that there is even an issue to deal with. And so opening their eyes to that is something that I've come across quite a bit. My other issue, I think, when we're talking political, is donors to politicians. And that, to me, kind of works hand in hand with our monetary reform, is making sure that they can't be influenced. So
But they can't be
those
what?
are my two biggest, so that they're not influenced, so our politicians aren't influenced, so that they're listening to us and not the money.
Yeah, that's a chicken and egg question, isn't it? Go ahead.
I'd agree with Tabitha on that because Mary, when you were talking, I had the thought of like, it's one thing to have this kind of package ready in, when the next crisis comes along. However, there's also like elite established interests who have that kind of lobbying direct line to the congressman's bat phone or something. And so, if that can be cut or diminished somehow, and the people's voice can come up and lift up, this bill that AFJM or others have put together, then that would be terrific.
Yeah. We have to have things moving in concert.
Yeah.
Yeah, taking away the political power of the rich at the same time as educating the norms, the normies, us normies. Well, Lucille or John, you are both familiar with this list of questions. Do you have one favorite that you would like us to touch on before we get called back? Oh, and we can talk about, they're going to ask us to make a little summary of our conversation. And what will we say? Except that we made friends, and I don't know who is going to be prepared to make a little summary. Oh, there's Carly. Speak of the devil.
Were you talking about
sure.
me?
I felt your footsteps in the hallway. Do we have what's our time frame now?
Well, I was actually just coming in to see if the newcomers group could use like an extra 10 minutes. So I was wondering how your discussion is going and if that is okay.
I'm seeing people nod. We've only hit 2 or 3 out of 10 questions.
Okay, so you all can do 10 more minutes.
I think we can.
Okay, well, don't let me interrupt anymore. I'm gonna hop into the other rooms. So 10 more minutes, or yeah, so 5.
Okay, bye-bye. All right.
At the 40, sorry, time zones.
All right. My computer says 8:20. At the 40 would be 20 more minutes, but hey, I'm having fun. And you guys are all trapped here. So John, what were you going to say?
Yeah, I meant, so yeah, at the 40, I'll leave it in the chat.
That's 20 minutes.
Yes, but 10
10
minutes
extra.
beyond the extra time.
Uh-huh.
Because we were supposed to get out at the 30, so, all right.
Oh, okay, I see. Thank you.
So
So we
I'm
have 20
leaving.
minutes to look at another question. And John had a comment, and then Lucy.
Yeah, I have a comment that came into my mind as I was listening to Bruce and to Luciano early on, and that is sort of the sociologic nature of the difficulties that we have inherited through this money system that we sort of goes under the name of capitalism. It seems to me, I'm a biologist, so I tend to think of these things in evolutionary terms. And it has always seemed to me that in evolution, what has evolved is both competitiveness and cooperativity. And you see both competitiveness and cooperativity throughout the animal and plant world. And you certainly see that in humans. We cooperate together, but we also essentially compete. And when that competition becomes, it takes on a certain flavor, as Luciano has mentioned, when it takes on a certain flavor, then it's the people you're competing with are no longer just competitors, they become enemies. And we see this in the context, the political context that's underwritten by this monetary system. And so I'm talking with people who say, well, you just got to compete because we're there. But we have been trained to see this competitive aspect of our nature and have overlooked the cooperative aspects that evolution has also brought into play. And it's those cooperative aspects that, and I think, Jawad, you used this term of a more cooperative society that is needed in order to be sustainable. So I just wanted to share that, and thank you guys for bringing up this because it brought that into my mind.
Does that make you want to ask a question to the group, John, or not so much?
Not now.
Okay. Bruce.
I'm following up somewhat obliquely to what John is saying, but also to Lucille's comment in the chat. I do agree that it's not necessary that we use the word propaganda or sort of start painting pictures of boogeymen or something like that in order to get people's attention. My experience as a therapist and as a minister, actually, dealing with people in the religious ideation and experience, is to start with people's guts. And I'm actually more hopeful when at that level, because I think money is something that people deal with every day. It's part of their everyday lives. And we actually have an advantage there, I think. Instead of talking about it as we're up against propaganda, start asking people about their everyday life experiences with money. And there's a concept that a famous psychoanalyst had called the unthought known, that we know things that we're not thinking, but we know them in our gut. And I think when we start talking to people about, maybe the reason we're having trouble with money is money's not just a morally neutral commodity or a thing. Money, because of the way money is created, it already has power over you. It's not a morally neutral thing. I'm kind of speaking as a theologian here. It's not morally neutral. So that feeling you have in your gut that something is wrong is on target. But I think our challenge is to connect what people know in their gut, to put words to it and connect the dots. I think that's probably our challenge.
Oh, that's very helpful. Not morally neutral because of the way money is created. It already has power over you. And that's something we feel, but we haven't got into our conscious brains yet. Yeah, Luciano, and then Josh.
Yes, something that said Bruce about psychology or sociology maybe, is that I could saw that many years ago in Argentina, my country, a couple of years ago, 5, 6 years ago, some people knew that this is going to happen. So what they did, they stimulate people to hate one each other.
Oh.
So what's happened now? You can go with the truth, with the light, whichever, and put in their face, and they want to fight. They just want to fight one each other. That is for common people. But leaders, no, there's different kind of leaders. What's happened? They say, no, I should to impose or to put the idea over the others. If not, the others are going to put the other's idea over me. And they cannot collaborate because it's something that was for many years the speech, the hate speech. And this is a problem that I'm having in this moment, no? Because it's something that is in the head of the people to hate. The problem is not the money, the problem is the other one. Is the white, is the black, is the yellow, whatever. Well, that's happened in Argentina. Bruce, if you want to Google, it was incredible because there was very studied or academic people guiding political persons to create that situation. And for sure, well, they were to an university who who said that, no, that was started. And in this type of countries, you can see you have the proofs. It's difficult to stop. This is the most difficult part. That's all. But happened, and I hope that never happened there. Okay, that's all.
Luciano, I think that brings another really important point. I think it's not just in Argentina at all that people are stimulated to hate and want to fight each other. We have it to a stronger degree here in this country than we ever have before. But I'm remembering Rwanda, and there are other countries with civil wars going on. And I wonder if this, but it's going to be Josh's turn to talk, but you made me wonder, Luciano, how much this people fighting each other can be blamed on the money system. And is it just a natural result of the money system, or is it intentionally imposed? Well, that's kind of another question. We may or may not get to it, but Josh had something to add before.
Yes, that's all. Look, I took a decision to send a letter to my politicians, but because some political parties say, come to me, or another one, no, come to me. Doesn't matter, it's because they don't have another ideas. Is that? And I say to them, no, I'm going to send a letter to everybody at the same time. Someone is going to answer, maybe no one answer, or maybe answer a couple of different political parties. That is my idea. I don't know if it's going to work. But you know what? They hate so much one each other that I start to hate them, and I become one more in the middle of a big fight. So
oh dear.
Just that's I stopped.
Painful. Very
Okay.
thankful.
Wish
Joshua.
me luck.
Thanks. Mary, I wonder if you could copy paste one of the messages or last message I put to you in the chat, because I can't send it to the group.
Yes, I will. Yes.
And it's this terrific book by Yanis Varoufakis. And it has a great chapter called The Marriage of Debt and Profit that I'm finding compelling as kind of preceding like debt-based money, perhaps even. So that, like, in the US, if you ended the Fed, or in I think around the world it's based on the Basel Accord. I'm not entirely sure if that's the case, but I think we've all bought into the BIS Basel Accord. That's like, yeah, if there was one thing I'd blow up, that if I could blow up that accord, then I think that would do tremendous damage to the beast.
Can you say just a little more about that? What makes you want to blow it up? I'm not educated enough about it.
Well, I think it kind of ties us into borrowing, private money supply. I think that is where that originates, is that, you can't be taken seriously as a nation if you don't join the BIS and the Basel Accord. Yeah. Like if Canada hadn't joined it, if Canada hadn't joined it in the 70s, kind of somewhere in the inflation crisis, I think Canada signed on in 78, and it really was not public. But I guess we had bigger fish to fry with the inflation being what it was. But still, I mean, like this was a huge contributor to our every nation's debt, right? Like our debt here is like to Canada Trust and TD Bank or something, whoever's putting out the bonds, insurance companies, so on. And it's like that the world over, whoever signatories to this thing, I believe. However,
thank you for that.
Yeah, I'll leave it there.
Thank you for that. And Canada, until that time, Canada had a nationally organized money system, didn't it? From the 30s to the 70s.
Yes, you know about that. That's cool.
Oh, hey, historic examples that we need.
Yeah, I think it was from 35 to about 74 that it was like something that fed into itself. And, instead of perpetual inflation like Lucille was talking about, then it was, perpetual
Circulated.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you happen to know of a good resource it's nice and simple now, good resource that explains the leverage, the pressure, the particular pressure that was put on Canada to change? What was the ultimatum Canada had to deal with when it changed? If you have a resource on that, do please share it. Yeah. So I'm sorry, please forgive me, Yanis Varoufakis, the spelling, oops, sorry. But this is the article Josh recommended about the marriage of debt and profit. Something that sounds very pertinent to our conversation and our work. I have to copy it where I can find it after this chat goes away.
I just want to add a comment to Josh's, your phrase you used, marriage of debt and profit. When I had sort of a similar phrasing that was historical in nature at sort of the inception of the Bank of England, basically in 1694. And, you know, the process is up to there. But basically, I think it was an unholy alliance, and you could use marriage there, between the indebted aristocracy and sort of renegade merchant bankers. And, you know, it went back earlier, I think. But I came to that sort of realization through using this book that was sort of the framework of this study I did, and the book is called Systems of Survival. And the subtitle is The Moral Foundations of Commerce and Politics. And this is a book by Jane Jacobs, but it enabled me to sort of see this, what she calls monstrous moral hybrids or systemic moral corruption. And that is what the inception of, you know, the Bank of International Settlement, the Fed, the Bank of England, this using public debt to, you know, really back this private debt-based interest-bearing money system. And you can see historically, I mean, it's helpful to me to see sort of the origins. That doesn't help you, you know, you still have to figure out how to overcome it, but seeing the origins, and it was an unholy marriage, you know, I think. And anyhow, so I
Thank you.
appreciated your phrasing.
Yeah, thank you very much for both those contributions. Okay, let me see if, go back to our little list of questions. It seems like we've kind of.
So Mary, I put one of them in the chat. I don't know if you want to use that one, but the one.
Oh, let me see.
You know, the one about.
Let me see, let's everybody look in the chat.
What successes have you had in engaging in monetary reform dialogue? And if anyone has had some, sort of tell the story about it. What was?
Yeah, we need to hear that. We need to hear that, somebody's successful pitch. How have you recruited anyone to be interested in this? I didn't ask it because I don't have one to share, but maybe Lucille does. Go ahead, Bruce. Bruce to the rescue.
I know we don't have much time, so I'll say it very quickly. So in the classroom at Vanderbilt Divinity School, I've often talked about debt-based money. And this is news to these students who are extremely intelligent students, but they've never heard this before. And I always get the question of, well, what hope do we have that that's ever going to happen? And it always spins their head around when I say, well, we haven't always had debt-based money in the United States. So during the Civil War, Abraham Lincoln's administration adopted the greenbacks. This was not debt-based money, and it was a huge success. So people are often, you know, they're suddenly, the wind is out of their sails when they realize that money has not always been debt-based.
Ah, very good. Very good. Thank you. So you reached people with that. Very good.
Yeah, I would just say that. Yeah, I would just say that that's an important point. And I've worked with people in our, and I'll have a chance to talk about this tomorrow, actually, briefly, but with a local League of Women Voters. And so I brought up this issue, and those people haven't thought about this at all. They didn't know about the money system, but it wasn't hard to get a couple of them to really, you know, have this aha experience, as we have all had when we say, what? That's the way the money is created. And so they were able to join in and form a committee that we've got going to try to get this ball rolling at the statewide level in the League of Women Voters. So there are little successes that one can have by continuing to talk to people about these things, but it's a slow process.
Well, John, you're saying that talking about the greenbacks was also key to that effort?
Oh, yes.
Greenbacks specifically?
I mean, history is broader than
Very
that. It's
cool.
not just the greenbacks. You know, the government created money under Madison's administration. It created money under the administration of the guy who followed Jackson, Van Buren, Martin Van Buren. His administration created money and spent it into solution. That stuff is all in Zarlanga's book. It's out there. And so it was government money that got us through the Revolutionary War. And Continental's got a bad name. You know, it's not worth a Continental because of the counterfeiting of money that the British did. But the fact is, the Continentals got us through the war, just like the greenbacks got us through the Civil War. And so there's been a long history of this all throughout the country. And there's a wonderful book that a woman by the name of Hoffman, Susan Hoffman, I think is her name. It's called Politics and Banking. And she has some of this history in it as well. And that's another sort of good resource for this kind of material.
Politics and banking?
Yep.
Okay, that's very helpful. Good. So the historical examples, well, there again, this Canada example, you know, I shy away a little bit from the Continentals and the greenbacks only because, oh, sure, if you're desperate and you're in a war, you can do this. And oh, then you can win the war, which not that appealing, really. So I'm afraid a little bit, but because of your recommendations today, I'm going to be braver about using the greenbacks. But the Canada story, if we could find a nice, simple rendition of it, that Mr. Mackenzie King, the guy who did it and everything, and how it gave Canada their universal healthcare system 40 years ago or 50 years, that was a big win for national money. And I think that would be, if we're looking for historical examples to help people have their aha moment, that one appeals to me quite a bit. Lucille, do you have examples of some talk that has won people over?
A little bit of a similar story to
I guess all we're done.
To Bruce's, but I would say that it connects to the propaganda piece because people in the 1800s, they knew about this stuff much more. And then in the late 1800s, as American public high schools became, you know, mass institutions, it was explicitly excluded. Political economy was excluded from the curriculum. And so we have multiple 6 generations of people being stupefied on these matters. It's just left out. And so we don't know. We are in water that's called debt-based money. You know, we're oblivious to it and private interest.
Everyone, it is great to see everyone's faces. I hope that the breakout rooms were fruitful. They seemed like it as I was bopping around. So yeah, I'm hoping that each breakout room has prepared at least designated somebody to give a little summary of what they did. So I was thinking we could start with the youth caucus. So Chris, Stephen, is anyone prepared over there?
We didn't discuss that. So Steve, do you want to say stuff?
Sure. Well, some of the things we did, we checked in, basically see what brought people to the conference and to the festival, and just what people were hoping to get out of the weekend. And then we did some mind mapping, which was nice, saying what causes people cared about, and what things were holding them back from making progress on these issues.
Could you maybe show us the mind map?
I can do it. I'll share my.
Or someone.
Thank you, Chris.
it looked really cool. So I just thought maybe if we could all see that.
Yeah. So basically it was Post-it notes with two different colors. We had the causes in yellow and the what's holding you back in green. And so that was able to helpful in order to capture what things people were caring about, what the burning issues are. Were people able to see the actual?
No.
I don't see it.
Don't know if he. Oh, he's
Great.
sharing it.
Here we
There you
go. So you can see causes from around economic justice, land back, disability rights, inequality, racism, pollution, and then like some of the ones in there, like enclosing the commons is holding things back, jobs being lost, artificial scarcity. So mind mapping is a pretty useful way of seeing. I've seen it happen at other groups too. And we actually then we did it a second time, but before we did the second one, what we did, we actually did a trivia, which is neat. Like start out with some more general questions, and then got into some more specific ones that were perhaps harder and spark people's interest in things. We use Kahoot as like a trivia based one, and like whoever if you answer the question correctly quickly, you got more points. Yeah, it actually showed how many people got which one's correct. And I do hope people enjoyed that. The second mind map we had was we had what causes were limited by the current bank money system, and like what could just money do in order to make progress on things. And then we did like a tour of the website and try to show the different ways, like what content is on there, like including the petition, and like the encourage people to do memberships when that's available. So thanks.
Thank you, Steve and Chris, for putting that together. I really enjoyed myself for the part that I was there, so I can't speak for everyone, but I thought that was really awesome and very interactive, so thank you. Next, I am hoping that someone from Mary's group will come forward.
We touched on some of the questions that we had thought about ahead of time. We touched on the question of how our children's and grandchildren's lives might be different. Oh boy, this is dark in here, isn't it? It might be different if we could succeed at getting just money. And we talked about the greatest hurdles that we see between here and just money. I'll tell you what, I'll just say I really enjoyed it and was grateful for the group and got a lot out of it. And I welcome anyone else in my group to say something to the larger group that might be more meaningful. I'm going to turn on a light.
I could just jump in here and say one comment that was made by Bruce, I believe, was a concept out of psychology, the unthought known, and another way to put it is what you kind of know in your gut, but you don't really know. And that the challenge for us, we were talking about hurdles and getting over hurdles, and that one opportunity for us is, our challenge is to help people put into words what they really know in their gut, and not just put into words, but to help to explain why money isn't morally neutral and people feel like something is really wrong in, you know, our society today, but they don't quite know what. And so taking seriously that they know something's wrong and they know it in their gut, we know it, and trying to help scaffold the clarity about the systemic roots of really an unjust, unethical, unnecessary current money system that can be transitioned, transformed into a balanced, just, sustainable public money system.
Thank you. I will say that I appreciated so much the group that we did have. We had Luciano from Argentina, Jawad from Bangladesh. We had Joshua from Canada, John Howell, Lucille, and myself. I think I might be forgetting one other person, but it was a really rich group with a wide variety of experiences. Oh, and Bruce, we have Bruce from Vanderbilt University who showed us the book that he's published in 2016 relating money question to his experience as a psychologist and as a minister. Holy man. Whoops, sorry.
Wow, taking note of that. I mean, I think what Lucille shared was a highlight from something Bruce had mentioned, and it really struck my, it resonated with me. So thank you. It sounds like a very rich discussion in that group. So now we're going to move on to Virginia's group. Anyone from Virginia's group care to come forward? Oh, you're muted, Virginia.
I took fairly extensive notes that I can rattle through. We had a great group. I thought we had a really good discussion. I want to acknowledge Paul had the most interesting, unique piece of information that we didn't know about each other. And that was his story of playing in a band for a play back in his college days. And during all the rehearsals, everyone was wearing clothes. And then when it came time for the performance, to which he'd invited his parents, all of the people on stage were naked. So we enjoyed that. So we looked at the obstacles, the top obstacles, and what kept returning was the fact that it's a really vicious circle. We have to have the power to take back the power, and the importance of networking and forming groups of people who can shift the way that power is exercised in our country. We looked at a whole lot of different worldviews, a lot of which were on. I love the mind map. I'd love it at time to mind map our talk. That was great. That taxing the rich is more important. These were thoughts that are obstacles. The idea that taxing the rich is more important to a lot of our natural allies. The fact that consumption is pushed, that there's a plethora of immediate crises that are on the top of everyone's agenda, and it makes it really difficult to see the root cause, which is often the money system. Greg had a great metaphor that people are firefighting and not asking who's the arsonist. And that's where we have, that's what we're looking at. The idea that money is way too complex for any of us to understand. We're just kind of little idiots. And that idea is a culturally imposed idea. It's really fairly simple. There is a propaganda machine that keeps fueling these ideas that are obstacles. MMT thinking is one of those. There's also a fear of addressing the issue of capitalism as capital equals money equals power. And then the idea that government is bad, so why should they be creating the money? And there I put in a plug for our breakout session tomorrow, where we're going to look at that and see how we can make that point to the public in a way that incorporates the ideas from the story. People that we're going to learn. So come join. Then we had a lot of ideas about how to overcome the obstacles, and what kept popping back up was do some homework. There are 4 or 5 different books that Harrison and Greg brought up that are about how movements have made dramatic change. And we'll find a way to get those somewhere out to everybody, because they look like good books to read. It's like we don't need to reinvent the wheel of how to get a movement going. Other people have done it and they have great ideas, which included coming up with visual images that can transform ideas, really being visually savvy on social media, getting out on the street, and then again, following the science of building a movement, have a super simple, digestible message. And we did some talking about ideas that might work, and acknowledge that the most important thing to do is to have a whole bunch of messages and test them, see what works, what do people respond to. We liked the image that Connie came up with, that it really is a scandalous affair. The banks are in bed with government. And I sort of added, I didn't in the group, but I typed in 50 Shades of Green corruption. There's a lot of visual possibilities there. And again, and look at the psychological impacts of money. Howard recommended just typing in that and looking at all kinds of really interesting studies that can, that an understanding of them can improve our work. On social media, capitalize on conversations that are already happening. So right now, inflation, a potential market crash, there's going to be chaos coming, and we can turn that into an asset. Take advantage of it. Crisis creates movements. Use your own hobbies and groups and connections to spread the word. And again, we circled back to where we started, which was that in order to take back the power to make decisions, we have to have power. And the importance of starting at the grassroots level, the importance that unions and cooperatives and populist movements had by starting with where their feet touch the ground with the people in their immediate circle. And certainly that could apply online. For next year, we didn't have much time to talk about this, but what came up was to find, find an activity.
I just want to say that you all did that in the span of what, an hour? Like a little bit more, hour and a half? Like, I think we need to get this group of people together like on a regular basis, and we need to get to work. That is impressive. I'm also glad that you took notes, because it sounds like we have some work to do.
Yes, we do.
We are at our closing time. So if you could stick around for like 5-10 minutes, because I do want to hear from Steve's group, and then I want to send everyone off. But if someone from Steve's group could just give a really brief summary.
I'm going to take advantage of that, and if no one minds, I'll do it. Basically, Lee and Jerry, Sue, Tom, Mark Pesch, Jeff Eider, Mike Holden. I don't think I'm leaving out anybody. Tom Wilda. If we were to look at it, the main area we talked about was mind. If we put it into an analogy of mind mapping, it would be hurdles. And then the second part would be how to get around hurdles. Mark Pesch talked about in depth between certain groups he talks to just being lost, mostly from the left wing type. And then from the right wing, they have things to say, but they're wrong. So, and then the general topic was ignorance. And so the hurdle of what's going on, it was there. And then the idea is to get past hurdles, and mapping that out was we had a whole number of comments. And in working with legislators, you got to be incredibly persistent to work with their teams to get over things. Jeff mentioned the idea of being indirect, of being in a group, having camaraderie, and then just keeping plugging in the money stuff as it becomes natural. And Sue talked about grassroots movement. Jerry talked about person-to-person things. I think Mike made a really great comment. He would engage people and they would moan about the economy or moan about this. And then he would talk to them about money and what comes first, your money system or your economic system. And when it comes down to it, you got to get money reform done first before you can really think about your economic system in any complex society that we're in today. So we made a lot of different points around hurdles and getting past hurdles. And we felt like AFJM is in a good direction, book clubs, coffee houses, and even more study groups. Thank you.
That's awesome. And I hope that throughout this festival, we feel like we can actually get over some of these hurdles. That is the goal. We're hoping to walk away inspired. So thank you everyone for participating tonight. It sounds like you all really got some work done, and it just leaves me so excited for what's to come tomorrow, because this is just the start of it.